Hello? Hello? I am currently testing out things. I see that's playing, but what about we can't hear you? Really? Thought I fixed it. Can you still not hear me? I am testing, I am testing. Hey. Hey, you still can't hear me. What the heck? That's weird. Now we can. Oh, okay. That's quite the delay. Can you hear the WoW sounds? Because right now I can only see that, which is annoying. If I go... Let me try... I want to try something real quick. The exact same one. Weird. The problem is I don't see any other audio things. No WoW sounds? Okay. Let me add WoW sounds. If I can. It better let me. It better let me add WoW sounds while we're doing this. Distinct lack of blaring Ogremar trumpets, unfortunately. That is not okay. Alright, add audio source? Really? Audio output device, I hope. Alright, and that's... No, wait. Not output. Delete that. Delete that. Sorry, we're being very scuffed today. Oh, stream's over, time to play Heroes of the Storm. Well, I guess there are worse things. Game capture maybe? What? How do you do audio for games? Try media source maybe. Okay. Browse. No, media source is another thing. Okay. Brr. Sound worked for a bit and then stopped working. Oh, okay. Audio output device might work then. Is that working? Okay, we're just gonna do output device then. Alright. I forgot that I had sunglasses on. We can keep using it. We can keep using it. Alright, I think I got that handled. Yeah, today we're doing Cataclysm Classic streaming, and also we're doing it over on Twitch and YouTube, and so far my computer's not blowing up. So, hey, good news everyone. I'm actually checking on Twitch and how that's doing. Currently, it looks very, dead. But hey, you know, it's fine. It's okay. I honestly, see, the thing is, I have my confirmations as to why I wanted to stream on YouTube and Twitch. The reason why I wanted to stream on Twitch is because there are people on there that I like, and they know me, and they're like, hey, we want you to stream over here so that we can raid you, and that we can, like, I don't know, interact with you or something. And then over on YouTube, it's like everybody knows that I already play on here, so it's like I wish that I could take YouTube and Twitch and merge them together. Cataclysm is a game from 15 years ago. In fairness, I'd worry if you were having issues. Well, my issues were not with WoW itself, but more with, multi-streaming it. I was told that multi-streaming is, like, gonna blow up your computer, but honestly, Not that bad so far. And honestly, playing Classic, Cataclysm Classic with it was probably the right choice. I don't know how this would have worked with retail. We'll try it with retail another time, though. But so far, so good as far as the testing and the multi-stream part. As far as... The only thing that I wish that I could have is... Well, it says multi-chat, so... On my thing. So hopefully, if someone on Twitch says something, I'll be able to see it. Hello, Daddy Kodo-chan. I do not know if I like this new nickname, but hello. Apparently my model on as far as VTubing goes is freaking out, though. I can see this. See that little guy, this guy bugging out. Hello? There we go. I don't know. I'm gonna remove my let's see. Item settings. I just wanted to test out sunglasses one day. I think I was just playing around with stuff. Where's the... If I do that... Calibrate... Yum. VTubing is very fascinating, I'll say that always. That's the one thing I always really like about it. It's like... You can do... so many things... so many times. That's... I'm always playing around with with stuff when I shouldn't. That is my unfortunate habit. Alright, let me use the microphone. Okay, maybe don't use the microphone? Yeah, I'm wigging out. What the hell? Okay, in fairness, I was playing around with the webcam earlier, so maybe that's why. Alright, okay. So yeah, we're doing Cataclysm Classic leveling. Wagwan, hello, sick. I wanted, okay. There's two reasons why I wanted to stream Cataclysm. Kind of confirmed the first one earlier, but I'll say it for the new people. It's easier on my computer to live stream because it's an older game from 15 years ago. And second, we gotta get ready for Mob Classic, which is the real reason for any person to want to play Cataclysm, right? It's really weird, like, going back and looking at, like, this old-ass world, though. Okay, my graphics are turned all the way up, which is good. I don't know if it can go any further than that, though. It looks pretty nasty. Salutations, what the hell? We've got a Pivotal in the chat. Pivotal's awesome. How's it going, Pivotal? Pivotal is quite an amazing dude who has worked on a lot of amazing WoW stuff. He worked on the Arthas Death Cinematic Remaster, I remember that. He's also worked on like a lot of like those little mini movies. And he recently did a Netflix documentary, which was really, really good. Pivotal is awesome. Pivotal is quite pivotal. I had to make the one thing. Hey Khono, this green mount you have right now. What about my green mount? What about my awesome old pixelated Netherwing dragon? I got it this last night. Off the stream because I wanted to get it. The Netherwing Drake was one of my favorite mounts as a kid, and I just don't use it anymore. And like, there's very few mounts that Classic Bannerak has on him. Also, this is Classic Bannerak's old drip. He has leather boots, by the way. That's why his boots look like that. But I actually kind of like Classic Bannerak and his old look. It's not a bad look for him, really. Yeah, they didn't. He doesn't do the pose yet, which is sad. I don't like how there is no ready bow animation. You right click it. That's sad. It's so annoying Blizzard didn't add into the game that green skin of the Grotto Netherwing Drake from Dragonflight. Have you seen it? It's so good looking and already exists, but they haven't added it. Crusty Bannerak. Yes, very crusty. I call him Crungy Crusty Bannerak. And Skull. Very crusty Skull. I'll be honest with you, I kind of miss using the Skull sometimes. As dated and old looking as he is, there's a crunch to his crustiness. Poor Laurentium. Let him be your Fury Warrior, please. Also, I saw Sick from the Twitch version of our gaming right now. So hey, that's pretty neat. But yeah, the Grotto Netherwing Drake, as much as I love it, it's missing a lot of the other colors, and I really wish, see, here's what I would do, right? I would have given them all of the colors off the cuff, or given ways to unlock all the other colors, or, and here's the kicker, in order to unlock the other colors, you would have to do the old Netherwing content. And if you already have it, you don't really have much to worry about. But that would have given a reason for people to do the Netherwing rep again if they hadn't done it already. And I think that'd be pretty cool. Have the black one. I think the black one is actually available for the Grotto Netherwing Drake from Dragonflight. The ones that are available are the black one, the purple one, and the not the dark green one. It's the lighter green one. I only have, as far as I know, you can only get this one. You can only get one color right now, and I wanted to go for this one because this is the one I used as a kid, and I wanted to use it again. Well, we're gonna go do Vajir, by the way. So if any of you have a fear of the underwater depths, I am sorry. Also, I'm so glad we can do this now in retail, but now I'm mad that you can't do it in Classic. Because, yeah, this guy's got 2 different shoulder pads, and I was always envious of this as a kid. I'm glad we can do it now, but holy moly. But this guy's... what the heck is going on with his boots, though? Like, it's like they tried matching everything else except the boots. Like, Kata, what's wrong with you, buddy? Kata. Like, nice drip. You're part of the reason why I gave Ban these same kind of gloves, but red. He should be wearing the gloves Ban's wearing, probably. I don't know. How long have you been a VTuber? I'm totally out of the loop, and thanks for the kind words. How long have we been a VTuber? Because I started... what's going on with my model? I swear. You know what? Hold on. Let me play with my webcam. Hopefully that'll not piss it off. I don't know. We'll find out. Let's see. I started being a VTuber, like at least a month ago, I think. Hey. Retail Bannerak looks more badass. Well, Retail Bannerak isn't also held back by, 2010 graphics. But I do like his older look from Cataclysm. Like, this was a look back in the day. This was a look I really was proud of. They took my gloves away from me in Legion. These gloves in particular. I can't wear these gloves anymore in Legion because they made them plate. But I like the classic Bannerak look. I do think current Bannerak looks way more badass, but he's got modern technology and he's got a floofy color. But yeah, I've been a VTuber for about a month now, Pivotal. So you're very I don't think you're late to the party per se. I think you're like a wizard, you know. You're like Gandalf. You arrive just when you need to, you know. I mean, I wouldn't say it was spontaneous, you know? It wasn't like one day I was just like, you know what? I'm gonna be a VTuber. I waited to do it for about a year. Or rather, I had to wait for a year because that's how long the model took, you know? I had rigging, arting, all that stuff. And I really wanted it, you know? Because I really wanted this virtual style that I really couldn't capture with the old me will be on my crusty ass webcam, which I'm currently using to actually like capture me moving around and talking right now, which I think is pretty neat. I know you can use your phone for that, but I can't stand the idea of potentially having to farm out a rep a second time if they put those Drake skins on another wing. I had to do about Dragon Accord twice in Dragonflight to get the Dragon Hunter bets. Oh. Well, yeah, they really should make that account wide, or rather 2 account wides. I don't know. That's a yeah. I mean, it's not a perfect system, so I will say that. Makes sense. I see some band inspiration for the avatar. I like the mix. Thank you. Okay. So Khono here. Good old me the guy, Khono, was a character that I created in middle school, and he had some like obviously he looks nothing like the final product that we are currently viewing, but he already had aspects that were similar to Ban. For starters, he always had kind of like a carved or scratched eye. He never had the tusk though. The tusk is a new addition, but I did want to keep some aspects of Bannerac for Khono to kind of help with the transition over to a VTuber model, because you know it's a bit jarring to go from an old man orc to this. So I wanted the transition to kind of be a little bit easier in some ways. But yeah, I mean, I have a weird obsession with scarred up eyes. I just think it's really cool. But yeah, Bannerac, you know, he's always going to be part of the channel. I'm always going to do machinima on the side and videos with him, featuring it in them. But I also just needed really a change. And also just, I needed someone that could sound like me without it being jarring. I'm sorry, I really could not pull off an orc voice 24/7, or an orc voice in general. I have a very high-pitched voice, and there's very little I can do about that, besides voice changers, which voice changers are very jarring anyways, so. To be honest, those player models were horrible, considering they only changed them in 2014, which was ultra late considering what kind of graphics were available in 2014, before you know. Yeah. The, Bannerac is the channel man. It's the way I found you. I mean, I'm glad that Bannerac was the reason why that you found this channel. Again, he's very dear to me as the character, as this person, you know. I like Bannerac. It really, how to frame it into words? Like, there's no other way of going about it. Like, he is kind of just the GOAT. He got this channel started in a way, you know. And he'll always be a part of this channel. Like, I'm not ditching him. That's why he's on the banner. That's why he's still in the videos. That's why if I can throw him on a thumbnail, I'll still try to do it. But he's mostly gonna be the mascot for Machinima at this point. With, and like also WoW stuff, I guess, kinda. But, you know, Khono's me, so. I love him because he's an orc, kinda simple, yeah. I suppose voicing Ban in one award-winning movie was enough. It was peak, it could only get worse from there. I much prefer Deli's and Arthur's portrayals of good old Ban. They do a much better job than I can. I'm sorry, Thomp. I'm sorry, but I'm really unhappy I mean, it was late in the game, to be fair. Like, I had just joined the League of Machinima, and you were like, hey, you want to be a part of this movie that I'm making? And I was like, a movie? I've never been a part of a movie before. That sounds awesome. I had no idea what I was signing up for. In retrospect, I probably should have done the research for it. In retrospect, I probably should have watched all of the teaser trailers and the reason behind the conflict at the time. Man, 2017 or 2016 League of Machinima, I think it was 2017, I'm pretty sure. 2017 League of Machinima feels like a completely different beast to now. Mainly because there really isn't a League of Machinima that's active, sadly. I mean, there's, what is there? There's me and Box that are active, and you and me that are active. There is not a lot of activity going around, I guess. Oh man, Civil War, those were the days. Yeah! They were crazy. So I was watching it with my mom, and it was the first time I think she's ever been like, I can't watch this, Khono. Obviously she didn't call me Khono back then, but you know. She was very turned away by it. But I mean, what can you do? But yeah, I'm glad Banderak is the reason. You knocked him the fuck out? Who'd I knock out? Did I knock somebody out? I don't know what you are referring to in terms of knocking out, but yeah, and speaking of the Warlords of Draenor models and being forced to use the classic models, I'm gonna be real for a minute here, and I'm always gonna yap apparently because we have not even started questing yet. The classic models, that they should let you turn on the Warlords of Draenor models. Personally, I think that Cataclysm or Mists of Pandaria is the perfect time to give players that option, because I remember distinctively Mists of Pandaria was the expansion when they introduced the Pandaren, obviously. Of course, obviously. But I remember that everyone was going like, wow, look at how high def the Pandaren models look, even compared to the Goblins and Worgen models. And it was so bad that people were like basically going like, hey, so can we get a model update for the originals, the original classic models, including the Burning Crusade ones? And the answer was a resounding yes for Warlords of Draenor. And that's part of the reason why I was so excited and happy about Warlords of Draenor outside of the Orc stuff. Yeah, the Orc stuff is amazing, and going to Draenor was cool. Like, it still kind of holds up in its own weird way in terms of leveling and graphics and all this other stuff. Like, Warlords of Draenor is such a step up graphically for WoW. It's a mess, that's why you don't put a 17-year-old at the helm of the project like that, you know? Yeah. I mean, we were all 17 once. What was I doing when I was 17? Because, like, I was 18 when I graduated from high school. And that was, like, 2016. So I think I'm a year older than you, I think, Bombshire, I think. Or I'm a couple years older than you, I don't remember. Yo, hello, Massiliel 11111. Did I do an extra one? I have no idea, I'm sorry. True, Pandaren had such a higher res model than those old AF original models. You know. Draenor looks so amazing even today. It really does. Worlds of Draenor, I think, holds up. Yeah, I wish that they gave you the option in Classic to just kind of toggle the new models. I think that it really doesn't hurt if it's just you and your perspective. If another player wants to see the classic models, let them see the classic models. That used to be the thing. When Worlds of Draenor first came out, they gave you the option to enable the old models or the new ones. And I'll be honest with you, I never re-enable the old model. I never looked back. I think I turned it on one time because my friend asked me to, and I did, and I was like, oh, I was horrified. Anyways, we have like really neglected in doing the questing part of the stream. We've mostly been yapping. To be honest with you, too, I don't know how much sleep I got. I mostly I binge watched The Penguin last night, and then I was like, oh, alright, I gotta go to bed. And then I realized it was Tuesday, and I was like, oh no. Like, I really need to not binge watch shows like that, even if they're really good. Like, The Penguin's really good if you have not seen it. I was inspired to watch it after playing Undermine, because goblins, and The Penguin always kind of reminded me of Gallywix. But, it's a good show, but, yeah, don't do that. Don't, if you plan on streaming the next day, maybe don't binge watch a whole show, and then look at the time and be like, oh wow, it's really late. Same, the new models are so good. People at BlizzCon cheered when they saw the HD Dwarf and HD Orc. I remember the speculation, because realistically, Garrosh was kind of the first HD Orc model they ever did, outside of Thrall, but Thrall kind of had his own rigging. He had his own unique skeleton. But the first, HD model for orcs was Garrosh in 5.4, and I remember they were asking players like, hey, what do you guys think of the new Garrosh model? Because someone was like, hey, is this going to be what the orc model is going to look like for Worlds of Draenor? Or rather, the next expansion. We didn't know Worlds of Draenor was the next expansion at the time, obviously. But they were asking like, hey, what do you guys think about the new Garrosh model? Because he had like all these animations that he just didn't do in his raid fight, and that makes sense because but like he was super expressive when he danced and emoted. Like everyone was like kind of blown away by the new Garrosh model, which is so weird because in current day in World of Warcraft, like I'm talking 2025, like we still have Garrosh in the open world using his Cataclysm model, and I've been the most vocal person, as far as I know, basically telling Blizzard, hey, can you guys please use his Mists of Pandaria model when he's in the open world, like in Cataclysm. Also, he has a funny small head. Garrosh has a very tiny head. Big ideas, small brain. That's Garrosh. I've seen a lot of people saying it's unfortunate you can do Mag'har Orc recruitment scenario only once because in its own weird way, it's so dang good. I don't really know if it's so dang... Like, it's a good recruitment quest, but it's not voice acted. And it also opened up a lot of debates. And what I mean by that is, you now had basically people taking that one line from the Bronze Dragon. Cat wants to leave the room. Let me let him leave. You have the one line from the Bronze Dragon, and I speculate that this was Asriabi's doing. That it is voice acted? I think it's voice acted in like parts, but only in parts. It's not voice acted completely, which is strange. I don't know. I'm guessing they couldn't get the voice actors of Grom back for it specifically, which is probably why it wasn't voice acted. Same with Yrel. But yeah, I personally, it's a decent recruitment quest, but at the same time, I'm still of the opinion that Mag'har should have been customization, but also the whole like Garrosh debate of like, oh, he had several other timelines where he was a good war chief and a good leader, and it felt very blatant, like it was like trying to tell us something like, oh, if Garrosh wasn't led astray, maybe he could have been better. I personally think that that was a mistake in saying that. They showed something along the lines of, in some timelines, Garrosh learned his lesson and didn't double down or something. I know that's a different... You probably have to phrase it a lot better than that, but, you know. Also, Khono, you know we're doing Vajir. You can accept the quest. You're gonna have to sit AFK for 5 minutes anyways. Okay, you know what? That's fair. I just yap a lot. Also, we don't really need to read the quest text, by the way. I'm sure we're okay with that. If you guys really want me to read the quest text, I can. But I've done this so many times. You've probably done this so many times. I'll listen to, like, audio stuff, which doesn't happen that often. But I feel like I'm just gonna, you know, go from there. Oh, see, they're coming. I actually love this part, because these orcs kind of just yap, and it really helps, like, establish Garrosh and his regime as war chief, because you see how... We see how different it is, and I love how it's voice acted.
Why must we ride to battle in some pathetic mercenary vessel?
Coming? They're voiced all by the same dude. I love...
They should have known to send us in the first place.
I love this dialogue. Like, I don't know, it's...
brother, but the Horde fights many fires these days, and the Vanguard are few in number. Fortunately for our enemies, we can be in only one place at a time.
We're getting closer to Thrall's balls. Oh, that's a line. So what if Garrosh was worse? Pretty much. I mean, you hired me as one of the writers, so... Yeah, I actually personally love this introduction in Vajir.
Just yesterday, I was dispatched to Ashenvale.
Okay, this guy's voice is a little rough.
There, I got orders to meet you all here. This must be important.
Did they just grab, like, Steve from accounting to do this guy?
Heard? An island has emerged from the depths just off the coast of Stormwind.
This sounds a lot better.
We're gonna take it. And once we do, Stormwind's days are numbered.
I just love this as, like, an introduction to Garrosh's horde.
Distance of Stormwind?
Oh, me doing the voice of Bannerac in Civil War.
No coincidence. Azeroth herself has cast her lot with the Horde. Indeed, brother. It would seem so.
I do remember, so someone on Blue Sky, or was it might have been Twitter or Blue Sky. Again, it's hard to tell at this point sometimes. I know that, they basically said that Cataclysm was supposed to be a horde expansion.
Your reflexes will quicken, and your stamina will increase.
Is that Nazgrim's voice?
I don't need your crutches, friend.
I love how they're just palling around.
That Stormwind has to offer, and still I stand.
Vajir is like the best Catazone. It's crazy. I agree.
Split as many Alliance skulls as yours, brother. Maybe more.
Maybe more.
Hellscream will settle for nothing short of total victory. Should we fail, he'll chase us into the afterlife to take his retribution.
That's such a nice line.
There is wisdom in your words, brother. I'll take that food of yours.
I love the dialogue here. Oh, man. The weird 5-minute interval where Garrosh uses the old Kor'kron armor for his guys. Yeah. This is kind of that weird era where, like, they were trying to figure out... There he is! And he's not wearing his new... it's so weird not seeing him.
Commissioned by Hellscream himself.
It's so weird not seeing him in his new drip.
You're all under strict orders. No harassing her crew.
I mean, I know he doesn't get his new drip until Mop anyways, but still, it's so weird. Nazgrim is the best one here. True, true.
That's right. And please,
Skull?
pay no attention to the
You good, buddy?
diversity of our crew.
Skull?
Rest assured, they'll deliver you safely.
I don't think
to
Skull
your
likes
destination,
ships, which makes
that being
sense.
The fresh piece of land just off the coast of the Eastern Kingdoms.
It's Pissgrim?
Then, make ready, everyone.
Okay, I
Here we
think
go.
this is bugged. No, no, oh, no, oh, 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 I think this mission is botched. Okay, no, they're here. That's good. They learned to teleport. That's good. I'm glad they all learned how to teleport. That's a very elusive skill, you know.
Ahoy!
Ah, our favorite human.
I'm sailing!
They always had to have like this like
No, never mind.
2010 humor in any Kata zone. Like it was almost necessary. Isn't it funny he does that? Even before we even reach the Eastern Kingdoms? So how the hell did this man, like, he clearly, he fell there, right? So how the heck does he end up in Vajir? That's why Garrosh got Arcweaver's trained, clearly. I wish that, It is kind of fascinating because you can kind of tell where they kind of got some of their mindsets for how Mists of Pandaria was gonna go. Specifically, like, it was like characters like Nazgrim, and like, where Garrosh was going to take the Horde. Like, I feel like they were sowing the seeds already in Kata, plenty, and like, they already had it with Wrath, too. Oh.
We securing this land will win us our war.
Oh, I missed his speech.
The enemy has fought well for
I love Nazgrim.
but they grow weary. We shall crush what remains of them and lay claim to this land.
Oh my god, it's Vorgrim, my favorite WoW
On
character.
its shores we shall conquer Stormwind, and with it, any hope the enemy clings to. Azeroth will be reforged.
Oh, what the what? Thanks, Deathwing. Thanks for giving me PTSD of what was basically, anytime that my WoW game crashed back on my old dinosaur computer. Does anyone remember that? Your computer would, like... Your computer would crash, right? And then it would play the Cataclysm theme, and then you would see Deathwing. Like... Ah, man. LOL. That is not on my PC, I don't think. I think that was on Kata's weird-ass bugging zone. This zone is always bugged.
What the?
Oh, I missed my cutscene. That's cool. That's cool. That's neat. That's fine. That's cool. Alright. Oh, yay, we still got the cutscene! Imagine if War Within had the Gen Z humor like Kata had the 2010 humor. Dear God. We kind of have it in the Undermine, because you have a bunch of, like, Gobstagram nods or whatever. It's not as bad, though. The Vajir intro is so comical when you actually see the island they're going for over. Like, could barely fit a Zeppelin tower on the damn thing. There's a few. It's like an island chain, pretty much. I thought this guy was voice acted. I guess not? I could have sworn they gave him a voice, though. Maybe they do it later on. You know, Cataclysm's an interesting era, too, because Kata's when they first introduced the in-game cutscenes. You know, outside of the starting zone stuff. Interesting era for the music of this zone. Oh, man. I am the biggest Vajir stan. Like, I love this zone and everything about this zone. Like, the music, the atmosphere. Like, I think Vajir in my opinion, and people can disagree with me, whatever. I think that Vajir captured the tone of Cataclysm perfectly. It set up the tone between the Alliance versus Horde. It set up the Naga as a major threat, which, they're in league with N'Zoth and Deathwing and the Twilight's Hammer. What else? It had the elemental threat of Neptulon being usurped. I mean, I think the only thing that Vajir could have had more in it is somehow include Deathwing. But, like, I don't know how you could have done that without it being silly. Like, you put Deathwing underwater. I guess you could, like, have, like, a Naga communicate with him via a, like, hologram or something. Love the Naga, hate fighting against them, yeah. Hiranor would give that island a billion, warring civilizations. True. Uranak, Nabundo, and I won't be accepting counter-arguments. But Nabundo's cooler. Nabundo has more lore. Uranak just... he's just a broken Draenei with a ponytail who hangs out in Vajir a lot. That's his character. That's all they ever do. I remember in the Shaman Order Hall, they were just like, hey, let's just include Uranak. Or Uranak. The one thing I wish they did more of, and, like, I like that the Broken are, like, a part of the Earthen Ring. That was, like, the most fascinating part about, the Draenei in the Earthen Ring. They're mostly broken. And it makes sense, right? But, like, I just wish we had, like... I wish the Earthen Ring was used more in general in Cataclysm. But also just other places, too. We should have Azshara made a cameo in Vajir. She made a cameo in Darkshore. She definitely could have made one in Vajir, I think. I think that Azshara easily could have made her first in-game appearance properly in Vajir and not in Darkshore. Her appearing in Darkshore was so freaking random. Like, I remember doing the quest for it. Or it's not even you have to do the quest, you just kill all the Naga in the area and she just shows up and talks to you. And I remember doing that and I was like, wait. This is Azshara. What is she doing here? I think that she was planned for the Abyssal Maw raid. I could be wrong though. I think she was supposed to make an appearance at the very least. But, like, I'm kind of glad that they, like, took the approach with Azshara being, like, one, very, very different from the rest of the Naga. Like, that was absolutely needed. And Battle for Azeroth killed it with her design. I'm gonna try and quest while talking. This is gonna, like, I've never done it before, but let's try. All right, so just don't pay attention to the fact that a lightning warg is at the bottom of the ocean. Fine. I actually had Banneret canonically be sent to Vajir. During Cataclysm, because I wanted him to, like, establish a friendship and other shit with Nazgrim. Like, Banneret basically just retired from being a general of the Horde. Because I wanted to kind of, like, encourage the idea of, like, okay, Ban's retiring and, like, new faces in the Horde are stepping up. I mainly wanted Ban to retire because he wouldn't have agreed with Garrosh. Okay, we need a conch shell. Where's the conch shells out? There's one. I see it. We should go see if Poseidus is up. Could make a nice mint out of that mount, honestly, if I'm being honest. Well, I think he might be level 85, so maybe let's not. Uranak is a hero. Everyone in Vajir would be dead without him. Nabundo's bum ass makes you recruit Magatha. You know what? You make a fair point. Syl, you've changed my mind. You've changed my mind within one sentence. I applaud you. Well, two sentences, really. Did he and Nazgrim smooch? Probably. Oh, you mean Ban and Nazgrim. I thought you meant Uranak and Nazgrim. Banneret and Nazgrim, they bro-fisted, You gotta bro-fist with your homies, not kiss with your homies. Also, Uranak is an innkeeper, Nabundo is not, so... Alright, you guys want to see the best animation in all of World of Warcraft? I remember when they added this in 1,000 Needles. I love the little moonwalk, like... and I remember they used this animation for Shakia and Kieran in the Jade Forest. Oh, man. I think this is like the first time... I could be wrong. I could be very mistaken. I know they added a few animations during Cataclysm for the player character models, but I think this was one of the first new ones. I know they did the carry animation with Sarfang. Oh, they're being weird. They're not giving me the little quest item to use with it. Okay. That's kind of scummy, Mr. Blizzard Man. This as a gnome, I felt like I was flying. I don't think I've seen the gnome animation in a while. Oh, the old crusty Naga model. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I know for a fact that we got a new Naga model in Cataclysm. What's up with this? I know for a fact that they updated the Naga models, like, I think like 3 different times. Like, I know they gave one in, I think 4 times, actually. I could be mistaken. I think it was only 3. So we got the classic Naga models, right? Very crusted and old-looking Nagas, right? And then you had the Kata models. We got Kata Naga models. They were very brief. And then I think it was in Legion? It was either Legion or Battle for Azeroth. We got brand new final Naga models. But I know for a fact that we got new Naga models in Kata. So what's going on here, Mr. Blizzard Man? Are those just like the Kata models and I am tripping? Because they look like the Burning Crusade ones. Those are definitely the Burning Crusade ones. I am not tripping. So what's going on? Did they only do it for the female? No. Did they? Was it only the female Naga models? I am tripping hard right now. Pretty sure it was Legion. Well, I know that they gave them new models in Kata, though, too. Hold on. I need to see this for myself. New Naga models. Cataclysm. I know for a fact we got new models in Kata. No. So I know the male... So it was only the female models? Huh. So only the female models got updated in Cataclysm, but the male models didn't get updated until Legion. Interesting. Well, now we know why I was tripping so hard, because I was like, huh. Yeah, so they did update the female Naga models in Kata, but the male models are still the same. Okay, interesting. That's kind of surreal, but alright. I wonder what was going to happen to the Doomstone. Is it going to fuse with the Dark Heart or something? No, I don't think the Doomstone is that important to Xal'atath's schemes or plans. Personally, I think it's more involved with whatever Magatha is up to. What I think would be really cool, and this is just me because of the name of the Doomstone, is, I think that the Doomstone should, be used to re-empower or further empower the Doomhammer for Thrall, and Thrall that uses both the Doomhammer and the Doomstone as his weapons. Or, like, he drains the power of the Doomstone, and, like, he uses it to empower the Doomhammer. That'd be cool. Like, he does it while, like, fighting Magatha. I know Magatha's more of Bane's villain, but it would be cool for Thrall to get something out of it, too. Hi, Nazgrim!
Blood and thunder. Dabu. Gold and honor. Lotar.
Alright. I hope I get boots soon. I mean, it's not like I'm gonna be able to transmog down here because we don't have transmog mounts yet. Actually, I was wondering about that. Is the bear mount... I have a lot of store mounts. I'm sorry. Right, those are the really cool bears, whatever. I think it's called Grizzle something? Grizz. I guess not. That's actually a really easy way to farm mounts, the whole Encourage. See, I thought about using this as Ban's flying mount for Classic, just because of how close it is to what Ban would probably use at the time. But, you know the one thing that always bothers me about this mount? It's got this weird, like, little thing on its horn, right? But, like, the colors are really off, but it looks like something that you would have on, Thrall's Wyvern? Like, it looks like a little mini Thrall Doomplate bracer. Very peculiar. Alright, we need to kill Naga, right? I can't wait till I get my Vizier mount, because this will go super faster. I mean, at least I will appreciate that they were like, when you went to Vizier... Vizier is such a fascinating zone, because they basically were like, hey, this is going to be the first ever underwater zone in all of World of Warcraft. What should we do? Well, we should give them underwater breathing for starters, like around the start of the zone. We should, let them swim fast. We should give them a swimming mount. The main thing that people don't like about the zone, outside of their fear of the underwater depths, that's actually a fair reason to not like something, actually, if I'm being honest, because I don't like it, to some aspect. Like, the channeling Dark Chasm freaked me the hell out, especially because, like, at the time, that's where we all speculated where N'Zoth was. We were like, there's an old god down there, and he's just an underwater old god. Like, that was the big theory at the time. So, it kind of freaked everyone out. But, like, as far as I know, the main reason why people really don't like Vizier is because of the gameplay aspects. Which I think is that's a little bit sillier. I mean, I guess I get it for, like, warriors and stuff. For ranged people, it's not that bad. I love the music in Vizier. I've rambled on about how much I want to do a machinima at some point in Vizier, in Nazjar. I think it would be really cool. Where's the quest here? It says there's a quest here. I think it's a treasure chest? Where is it? God, I haven't done this. I have not done Vizier in ages, and I didn't do it on purpose. I mean, I have done Vizier. It was a while ago, but, yeah, I love the music of Vizier. It's very unique, and it really captures, like, that whole, like, you are underwater fighting the Naga vibe. It's very haunting. And I think it's a shame that Vizier, you know what they should have absolutely done? They need to start doing this more. I think that they should, make, I think that they should have you go back to, older zones like this. Especially for, like, when we went to Nazjar. I think that was the perfect time to do it. We return to, Vizier to see what the Naga are doing down there, and we have, like, a side quest. Because that would have made Nazjar, I feel like, bigger. Like, you basically just expand the Nazjar Empire and Zone with Vizier and basically say, hey, this has always been a part of Nazjar, and, the Naga are expanding. And, like, you would have to, like, add all the new Naga assets into Vizier, but I think it would be worth it. As someone who never had trouble with Vizier navigation, even on my DK back in the day, my only peeve is that it's so huge and so long, but nothing comes out of any of it. Yeah. I think again, it was supposed to be expanded upon with the, Abyssal Raid. which was supposed to apparently be a part of the Firelands patch. It was supposed to be water and fire themed, rather than, I think we need to kill these guys, if I'm not mistaken, to get the quest. Oh man, my health is ticking away. Skull, get him. Get him, Skull. Yeah, I think see, that's another reason why I would have done the whole, okay, I guess these guys don't give me the quest. Who gives me the quest? Uranak Stone Speaker. Wait, Uranak gives me the quest? What the fudge? Uranak, what's wrong with you, buddy? Wait, isn't this the Alliance one? Wait. Does that mean Uranak needs to give me another quest in the Horde one? I don't want to go in the Alliance one and get mortared. God, it is crazy to me that we didn't get a new Naga model for the male Nagas specifically until Legion. Like, what the heck, Blizzard? I could have sworn they gave them one in Cata, though. Man. Maybe it's on the wiki. Hold on. I'm gonna look on the wiki in a bit. Because I could have sworn we got a new Naga model in Cata. Naga. You cannot hide, breather. That's such a... Oh, man. Alright, Naga. I really hope that we get something with a Naga at midnight. That is gonna be a missed opportunity if we don't get that. Holy shit, we did get a lot of Naga variations in BFA. Alright, that's the classic model, which is the current one I'm staring at for Cata. Alright. Yep, that's a classic model. That's the Cata model for the female models. Yep. Huh. That's wild. We did not get the male Naga model updated to Legion. What the heck? I could have sworn they were updated in Cata. That's so crazy to me. Huh. Well, that goes to show you. That's wild. Huh. He isn't here? Alright, this is just gonna be Alliance people in here though, right? No? Huh. Wait. I already have this. What? 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 Oh my god, that is Blizzard? Guess I can do that twice. That is not intended at all. I don't know if that was back in Cata too, but yeah, you can do this quest twice on Horde and just go to the Alliance one. Okay, that seems quite abusive if I'm being honest. But alright. That is... Wow. Huh. I don't know if that was back in Cata at all. I don't think it was. That does not seem intentional. Yeah, no way. No way. I could do that quest again too. What is this? What is this? What the what? I don't think the orc NPCs are here anymore though, so I don't think you can actually realistically do this quest twice. I don't think so, at least. Hold on, let me head over. I'll head over back to where the orc ship is, or the horde ship is. What the heck? What the heck? Do you remember the original Alliance Twilight Highlands quest of Anduin defending his dad? That was removed in modern day. Yeah, I know. They removed a lot of quests. Sadly. I don't know why they removed that one in particular, if I'm being blunt. I think it's because of Anduin being like gone or whatever. Like I think that was during, did they remove that during BFA or Shadowlands? Or did they remove it when Varian died? I think they removed it in Legion, actually. Huh. Alright. Well, let's get back to business. Removing quests featuring the goat is criminal. I don't like when WoW removes quests, if I'm being honest. They should find a way to bring it back. Like the Rathian quest chain in particular. That one's like a really good one. And I'm not talking about the when it comes to the Rathian questline, I'm talking about the legendary quote questline from Mop. Oh no, you killed me. I actually really like the playstyle of Cataclysm a little bit more, and this might turn some heads considering how much I like having a melee weapon as a hunter. I do think it was the right move to make BM hunters and marksman hunters range based. Now here's the kicker. I do think they should give you the option to be melee based as a BM hunter. Like kind of just mixing together survival and BM. And let survival, like, I don't know, I think there's some interesting aspect to letting the player choose if they want to be melee or range. Obviously a marksman hunter cannot be melee oriented in any way, I don't think. Unless you make them like a throwing axe spec of some kind. I really do love Vajir, though. Like, I'm definitely trying to get my footing again in terms of playing Cataclysm. But, I'm glad we have this. Like, even though you could technically still play it in retail, which I'll be honest with you, though, it's kind of bugged in retail at the moment. Like, isn't it a little ironic that the best version... I mean, obviously we had our crash earlier when we first entered the zone. I don't know if that would have that happens to everyone, but I do think it's a little sad that the best way to experience Cataclysm, not Cataclysm Classic, but Cataclysm is with Cataclassic right now because it's less buggy. Because if you enter Vajir, the skybox in the zone is really messed up. And a lot of the quests are bugged as all hell. Like the finale, I think they had to remove the finale. You no longer do the finale for Vajir because of how bugged it was. If there's a choice, that's basically an entirely new spec. I guess? I just think that, because they already have the, they brought back this kind of talent tree, except it's more modernized. In current day, like they have like Hunter instead of Beast Mastery, and like they'd have Beast Mastery over here basically. But what was I gonna say? they already have like that talent window. So I feel like giving players the choice to be like, hey, I'm gonna go down this spec tree basically. Obviously this is a really bad example because it'd have to be on retail WoW to show you. But I think that you realistically could do it. It's just basically doing that part of the tree for Hunter. And obviously survival hunters would have more to do with it. Like I'd basically make BM the middle child of hunter specs, where it follows both paths, where it's both melee and ranged, and you get to decide what kind of hunter you get to be because of it. I feel like that would make BM a little bit more interesting, because that would mean survival is the pure melee spec and marksman is the pure range spec, and BM would kind of be like its own little mixture, but it would also be about hunter pets. It'd be about exotic pets, which I think would make BM a lot cooler, which is the whole point. You know, you gotta be biased. You gotta be like, yeah, I like BM. BM is the best. Make it the best spec. That is the agenda. I think Rathian should do another legendary questline where he hasn't done one in a full one since MOP. That's not technically true. He did one in BFA. He did one in Battle for Azeroth. And he also did one in Dragonflight as well, Jacob. He was a part of the, Drakthir legendary questline. So yeah. Also, this has been bothering me for a while now, but and also it's like more of an embarrassing story. But in regards to Jacob Peacock here, I thought he was my friend Jacob Fry, because he used to come into the channel and talk to me whenever I streamed, and I was like, oh man, Jacob's here, and I mistake Jacob Peacock here for Jacob Fry. Yeah, no, they're two different people. So Jacob Peacock, you're more of a fan that I know, while Jacob Fry is obviously a longtime friend. So I wanted to clarify that. It's been on my mind ever since Jacob Peacock has entered the fold here.
I don't have a target.
Not to slate Peacock at all, but you know, it's just, it happened and it was very embarrassing the moment that I realized, wait a minute, this is a different Jacob. That is the problem when you have like multiple people with multiple names. Oh, goodness. Yeah, I did not get much sleep last night. I think at most I got maybe like 2 or 3 hours of sleep. Which, you know, that might be a good thing, because that means I might actually go to bed at a decent time tonight. Maybe. Alright, we don't need to do that quest, because we already did it, and also it's technically the Alliance version of the quest. That's wild to me. That is wild to me that they left that in there for Horde players, and probably, I speculate, Alliance players, vice versa, to do. I have no idea if that was in the original Cataclysm Classic. If it is, that seems like an oversight, Blizzard. If it isn't, it's still an oversight, but you know. Yeah. So I'm always really bad about getting in here. But yeah, we go through here, and then we go up here, and then we turn in. Hi, Nazgrim.
For the Horde. Go for
Weird that he doesn't have any click lines, if I'm being honest. Alright, we can get shoulder pads. Cool. We can finally get upgrade, because I'll be honest with you, right now we're wearing like weird ass Wrath gear. Like not even good Wrath gear. We're wearing like TOC Wrath gear. Kinda. See, this is why I'm smart. If you make it impossible to gauge how to pronounce your username, people don't get it mixed up. You know, fair. I mean, I went with Khono Chronos for crying out loud. I mean, it used to be Bannerak. I am trying to retain the name Bannerak on other places and platforms or whatever. Mainly because I just don't want somebody to take, you know, use that name for malpurpose intent. I'm certain there's somebody out there who's like, ah, yes, I have the YouTube channel named Bannerak or something, and then they start using all the art and other shit that's, you know, available online. Like, someone, it's scary, but someone easily can, like, pretend to be you. It's not hard. It's just that you gotta, like, call it out when it's there. Because, like, that's the scary part. That's, like, been always the scary thing about, like, when you grow big. Because, I remember as a kid, there were people who would pretend to be GG and Nim. And I'd be like, oh my god, I'm such a big fan of you. I love your work. You're great. You're amazing. I want to be your best friend, right? And you know, they would actually play along with it. They would actually be like, oh, thank you. I work so hard and all this other stuff. Like, as a kid, you don't take things as, like, you don't second guess things. You kind of just, like, go, yeah. Honestly, I know Gil Goblins are supposed to be a sub-race to Goblins, but I actually wouldn't mind it if their origins are Gil Goblins are the original Goblins. Or something. But, I mean, we do have that one line in, Najtar, where, the leader of the Gil Goblins, the leader of the resistance, as it were, she kind of goes and talks about how, like, oh, Hobart tells you that he invented us, huh? Well, that's just what he wants you to think. Which makes me go, huh? Maybe the Gil Goblins existed on their own or somebody else created them. See, that would be fascinating, though, because it would mean some other... It would possibly mean that, N'Zoth created the goblins. Or something. Or they were a Titanforge race that were sent to the underwater depths to help out the sea giants or some shit. Someone out there is hitting refresh just in case there's a chance that they can nab the Bannerak username and post incriminating tweets about how much you hate Rexar. Well, that's the scariest thing I think anyone's ever threatened me with. See, I only have Bannerak Reforged on Twitter. Nothing on Blue Sky, but I just don't see Blue Sky as the type of site to do that. I mean, I'm saying this and I'm giving somebody out ideas out there. Like, there is 100% somebody who is like, oh, I'm gonna steal these ideas for myself. I'm gonna pretend to be Bannerak. Based? How dare you? Fake friend. Bombshire is a fake friend. I don't... You know, I just realized that I haven't visited my hunter trainer. I actually forget when... Was it Warlords of Draenor or Legion that they made? It might have been Mists. I think it might have been... No, was it Mists? I think it might have been Mists. I think Mists of Pandaria is when they stopped having the hunter trainer. Does Skull need to breathe underwater? One of those crabs is gonna hit that ice trap, and I'm gonna be fucked. I get to be mean to Rexar. He's a character with the most voice lines after Garrosh in episode 2. No way. Is he? Is he? Did I do that? No way. No way is that true. Is that true? That has to be unintentional. I was not doing that intentionally, I swear to God. That's how bad it is. That's how bad the Rexarisms are now. It's gotten to a point where I'm subconsciously doing it now. What the hell? That's kind of funny. If that's true, that's kind of funny, Thomshire. I'm not gonna lie. He's got more lines than Golkra and Nelgosh combined. Huh. Well, in fairness, I don't think we gave them many lines to begin with. Those two, I wouldn't say like I had a lot to give them, but I mean, they'll get their more time to shine, to be fair, you know. I think the best, funniest origin for guild goblins is that they just happen to look like goblins by complete coincidence, and they just appeared naturally. They're not even related to goblins, they're just like goblin-ish. I do think they should make guild goblins a customization though. No, but he actually is the character with the most voice lines after Garrosh. That's funny. I did not do that intentionally, Thomshire, I swear. That is mildly amusing. I guess that was just me subconsciously getting payback, I guess. For him being snubbed from episode 1. My brain was just like, Rexar content. I need to do a lot with this. Bloop, bloop, hello, we under the water, please help. I am under the water, please help me. Do not need to do the rescuing anymore. I should probably just abandon that quest because we can't even do it. No, but how's it going? Kicking ass under the sea. Yeah, we're kicking ass. Currently we are actually testing the multi-stream shit. Actually, let me see if there's anyone messaging things on Twitch. I feel bad if they are, because I'm only paying attention to YouTube right now. Okay, no one's really been talking on Twitch, which, you know what? That's fair. Twitch is Twitch. It's there, though, you know, for people who want to see me on Twitch. I think YouTube is right now the way to go, but hey, it's also the only thing we've been doing for the, like, over a year now. So, since this is Cataclysm Classic, spoiler, Garrosh is going to be the final boss of the next expansion. I don't appreciate you spoiling that. Gosh, we did not know that. Gosh. I mean, you could create an entire third column of playable horde races out of the ones that officially joined, and then go, then the forgotten about immediately. Guild goblins are one of them. Yeah. That's the one thing that I think the, I honestly think that this is actually a worthy complaint. So, the Alliance really just does not have the same scope that the Horde does. The Horde just are a little bit more accepting, but they also just have far more varying cultures, really. Because, like, you got, like, the Ogres, you got the Mokta Fall, you got the Guild Goblins, you've got the Forest Trolls, you got the Ice Trolls, like... There's a reason why the list for, like, what the Horde wants as playable is longer than the Alliance. Because, like, what does the Alliance really have as, like, options? You've got, like, what, Flame Druids, Broken Draenei... Maybe Vrykul. I am on the side of the Alliance getting Vrykul. I know people want them on Horde because they fit more with the Horde in terms of themes, but like the Alliance need something different. Like, I'm of the personal opinion that the Alliance, the reason why Worgen was such a hit was because they were so different. They were a more bestial and feral race. Well, you know, the Horde got something more like goblins, which, you know, yeah, the goblins are a little bit more, I wouldn't say alliance-y. That's not the right word. But, you know, they're far less bestial than, I'm gonna abandon this quest, by the way, the help the soldiers, because I can't. Main reason why I can't is because we already did the quest. Something different, he says, referring to humans but big. I mean, Vrykul are different in terms of the way they act and the way that they present themselves, the way they fight, the way their culture is. Like, they feel very opposite, I guess, to what the humans usually act like. Like, yeah, in terms of, like, what they look like, they're just humans but big. But you can roll with that. I do like how we're getting their armor back just for them to lose it again to the Naga, like, within, like, a minute after this questline. Oh, that's kind of nice. So, I guess they couldn't really remove this from the technology, but, like, see what I'm doing here? Where you were running through the grass? I believe this was added either during Warlords of Draenor or Legion. I think it was Warlords of Draenor, but, like, when you walk through the grass, it moves with you. And I have no idea how they did this technology at the time. Like, how they, like, I don't know how they managed it, if I'm being honest, but, like, I always really liked it. It's just fascinating. Like, you forget about this stuff, but, like, it was not in Classic at all. So the fact that it's in Cata is kind of fascinating. I think they kept this all the way from Classic, if I'm not mistaken. Like, this is just something that they couldn't remove or they didn't want to remove. It's one of those graphical updates, again, that I wish that they kept going with in terms of, like, Classic expansions. You mean Humandin? Humandin? No? Alright. That one took a little bit longer than intentional. I think it's funny whenever Skull makes lion noises. Or cat noises, whatever. I actually have a fun story to talk about on the first day of Cataclysm. I did Vajir, obviously, because one of the reasons why I did Vajir was apparently because Hyjal was also, like, really full, but also me and my mom were planning on going to Hyjal together and questing together. Of course, we never did. I have a few reasons why this happened. So, originally, my mom and I used to do WoW questing together. This was, like, for my own sake, because, like, I was very new to the game, and we were leveling partners. We leveled together. It was fun. But, on the first day of Cataclysm, and this was during a school day, I actually stayed home from school to play Cata, and there is actually a reason behind this. This was not a intentional. What happened was my brother was our driver. He is already at this point he was, I think, already graduated from high school. Yeah, he was. 2010 he was already graduated from it, I believe, or he had just graduated. Either way. But he was driving us to school. And we almost got into a car crash, and he was like, well, not a car crash, car accident, really. Because the ice was really bad on the roads. And he drove us back. He's like, look, it's not safe for you guys to be driving on, for me to take you to school today. If it's not safe for me to drive you, then you guys should not be at school at all. So he, drove us back home. And we, basically just called and we're like, hey, we weren't able to come in for school. And so, I got to play Cataclysm that day, and everyone thought that I just stayed home to play Cataclysm instead of, actually attend school. And even my teachers are giving me a rough time about it. They're like, oh, you missed out on class the other day. We had a pizza party and everything. And I was just like, oh, well. I got to play Cataclysm. You know, they were giving me a hard time about it, but you know.
Strength for the Horde.
Give me those shoulder pads. Fuck yeah. Alright. We'll look for like a clown for a little bit, but you know, it'll work out. Definitely personally put ice there, clearly. Now I can't tell if that's him trying to murder me or him trying to get me to play his expansion, but you know what? I survived, so either way I win. He was trying to sabotage you, and his hubris, he failed to realize that it only helped you. I keep seeing that quest back there, I'm like, I gotta go grab it, and then I realize, wait, that's the quest that Uranak gives to the Alliance players. It's kind of messed up, because realistically, if you knew about that quest, that you could do it twice, you could probably get away with doing it twice. That eel trying to kill me? It's trying to kill me. Oh, my health. What the hell? Oh no. Thank you, Skull. Oh no, I'm dead. Oh no. Okay, now I get why people hated Vajir, clearly. Ah! I miss having, aspect of the turtle already. What the hell is this? Oh, I'm gonna die. I am going to die. I am going to die. Yeah, okay. First death, everyone. First death. Okay, I get it. First time with Eeling, I get it. I get it, go away. Stop giving me the quest. Go away. I don't want to do it now. Oh wait, is time for Banner to learn about Banner X's unprompted extreme and violent hatred of the entirety of eel kind, the best questline? Clearly. Alright, let me revive Skull. Now you gotta start all over? Fortunately, this is not that kind of classic. I don't think I could stomach classic hardcore for a few reasons. Obviously, it's still classic, so it's very... I mean, this is also very ugly looking, but at least my armor looks nice. And the zone looks nice, too. Starting over from scratch, just from dying, and, like, I'll be honest with you, I'd probably die from, like, stupid reasons. Like, I would 100% die from fall damage, or drowning, or, you know, my computer deleting itself and just being like, hey, so you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna end up, we're just gonna go ahead and not work properly, basically. So, in a revamp of Vajir, would it still be under the water? Yes. There's no point, in my opinion, to revamping Vajir if you don't do it under the water. Like, Vajir not under the water isn't Vajir. Honestly, that's my biggest gripe with an Eshtar. They should have bit the bullet and were like, hey, underwater zone, let's go. Like, I get the reason behind it, kind of. But I also am kind of just like, man. Disgusting eels justifiably slain. Somebody really hated eels in the office this day. They were just like, hey, let's kill the eels. remember in 2010 people going, damn, the graphics of Cataclysm are so good, and then logging on to burn neon green Vajir grass into their retinas for 17 hours. I mean, the graphics in Vajir are... It definitely feels like they were still using a lot of Classic's engine, sadly. Cataclysm was this, like, weird in-between where they both had new graphics to play with. But then also, like, they were still using a lot of the old stuff from the old world. Like, they basically... They were trying to use... I know they used a lot of Wrath of Lich King's assets, which was fine, because Wrath actually had a pretty good graphic, like, up-res compared to Burning Crusade and Classic. But, Cataclysm, like, was really weird, where it was like, hey, let's use a lot of the stuff from Burning Crusade and Classic still, instead of using the new assets a lot. I don't know what was going on. I'm guessing they were really pressed for time, probably. But, it was, I mean, it really showed you how Mists of Pandaria kind of, like, was their next step. Because when you look at Mists of Pandaria, everything was a new asset. And that's what's impressive about Mists of Pandaria. It used a lot of just... I mean, it had some of the old assets too, obviously. But most of it was new, which, you know, hey. These Naga are really annoying. Forgot how annoying the Naga were. I mean, Shimmering Expanse and Abyssal Depths looks really good because they're dark and murky like the ocean should be. For some reason, Kelpfar just is sickeningly bright. Probably because it's a lot of kelp. Lives up to its name, I think. Like, why would the Naga choose not to fight in the water? It's crazy. Yeah. I mean, the only lore explanation, and I remember talking about this a few days ago with Evo, my buddy. I basically came to the conclusion that the reason why it was opened up in the way it was, and like she just didn't close it again, was simply because she needed the Heart of Azeroth to free N'Zoth. Of course, this then goes into the question of, well, wait a minute. Wasn't she planning on killing N'Zoth? Why free him in the first place? I think it was just because she needed him to be freed for her to stab him with the Blade of the Black Empire? I guess? I don't know. It's very confusing. But that's my guess. That's my assumption. Mr. Pandaria, sorry, here's the most beautiful land you'll ever see. Pretty much. Even the water, though, it's so bright. Yeah, I think this might have been the first zone that they worked on, and maybe they were just like, hey, it's too dark under here, let's give some variety. That's my guess as a game developer. They were probably like, either one, it was the first zone they worked on, or two, it was, quite simply they wanted to give variety, rather than give you, like, the same old each zone. Which might have been what happened. I love how big Vajir is, though. That's, like, the one thing that, like, I get why people don't like it. It's, like, really long. It's a very long quest line. And you know what? Fair. It probably is, quite long. But at the same time, it's really good. So. N'Zoth is in the dagger, like Xal'atath was. That is the theory. That is the running theory. That's one of my older theories, for crying out loud. I don't know if it's concrete anymore, sadly, but I would very much like it to be true. I think that would be a very good theory for them to roll with and make canon. Will it turn out to be the case? I don't know. That's the one thing I will always encourage, or discourage rather. Never fall in love with one of your own theories. You wanna know why you wanna do that? Because you will grow very, not pig-headed, that's not the right word. You will become very obsessive with your own theory to the point where you'll start to hate WoW's own canonicity. You'll basically look at WoW and you'll see a lesser version of what it is. It's like smelling your own farts, basically. And you're like, I love the smell, or whatever. And, you know, I'm not gonna dig into that too long because then it'll be used against me. But yeah, it's one of those situations where you really don't want to do that. As much as I want the dagger theory to be true, doesn't happen. Cata zones in general are just way longer than they have any business being. That's not a Bajir issue per se. A little bit, yeah. I also think that might just be because, at the time, they went from 80 to 85, and I think that they wanted to compensate that in some way. Where basically, well, you have 5 levels to level, but here's some long-ass quest lines. And, like, I'll be honest with you, Cataclysm has a lot of, especially its, like, final zones. But Cataclysm feels very, fatter than it needs to be with its questing. Like, a ton of filler. Like, you could cut out so much of the Cataquests, and it would still hold up. Like, I do think that they learned a very valuable lesson with Cataclysm, where quantity is not quality. And that's when Mists of Pandaria kind of came in. Mists of Pandaria, like, there's a reason why I think it's the best expansion, but, like, it coming after Cataclysm kind of, like, helped, I think. I know some people view... There are some people who view Cataclysm more highly than Mop, which they're a very niche individual, I will say. I'm not saying that they're wrong for thinking it. I mean, I kind of will, but I do think that there is some valuable things in Cataclysm that are lost to time and lost to current WoW's current state. But I also think that a lot of the things that Cataclysm did kind of need to be trimmed off quite a bit. Especially the, like, very unnecessary... Like, WoW's always been a little bit goofy. It's always kind of had some jokes to the punchline that it would throw in. Like, it's got its goofs. But it was way too goofy sometimes. Like, its tone in some of the zones and quests were kind of bad. Like, that 2010 humor was really awful. Seeing you play Classic is funny, not gonna lie. I mean, I want to play it just to play Mists of Pandaria, if I'm being honest. And, like, at least it's Cataclysm Classic. This is close to the version of WoW that I actually enjoy than Classic. Oh man, I should have read that. It said something about grandchildren, which Ban does have. Oh, let's see. It'll happen because you said it, for sure. Some theory YouTubers could take that to heart. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel, honestly, Thomshire. Like, I do my theory videos, and I have a lot of fun, and I do hope at the end of the day they come true, right? Like, that's what I think everyone kind of wishes when they make those theory videos. They're like, I hope a part of this happens. But at the same time, it's like, it's the ride, it's the fun, it's like, you should probably have more fun making the theory than riding on the coattails of it ever happening. Because if you are so reliant on it happening for it to be fun and enjoyable, I don't think you're doing it for the right reasons, probably. Like, again, I think that at the end of the day, it should happen, or at the very least, something like it should happen, and that's awesome. That's like a really good feeling when it does. I've had a few of those things happen during Dragonflight, and a few of those times happening in War Within. Same with Shadowlands, even. I thought the Primus was going to be the Rune Carper, and that turned out to be true. And I liked that theory. A lot of people liked that theory. I wasn't even the first one to think that, but a lot of people thought that, and I'm glad that we did. Did that troll lady just die? I think she might have. No, she faint death. Okay. Sounds like main characterism. If WoW doesn't support my ideas, I'm not playing the stupid game anymore. Yeah, that's what a lot of people sadly think, and it's very unfortunate. Like, I think you really need to take a step back and be like, hey, why do I like this? I don't know, I think even Mop has some bloated questing in later zones. I think that I could see that in Townlong and Dread Wastes, actually. You might not be wrong there, Sil. I think WoD is when they hit their stride with pacing their zone stories. Yeah, I think you're correct. I just think that Mists of Pandaria is when they kind of, like, realize their world in terms of quests. Yeah, I think maybe it was a little bloated sometimes. But I think Cataclysm felt very much like the, they were in that era where it's like, we need to do a quest. Let's do a quest. Like, and not like in like a fun way, but like we need to fill this up Like, let's do a quest referencing BioShock. Let's do a quest referencing this at the time. Like, I'm kind of... Did WoW ever do a Portal reference? They probably did. But they probably did, like, the cake is a lie or something, you know? Cata, I feel like, is, like, the worst time when they were like, let's do a bunch of memes and put them into our game. Like, not even, like, in, like, a fun referential way where they're winking at the camera, but, like, more like your grandmother or your parents saw a meme and they made it their own and they didn't understand it and they kind of just forced it in, basically. Very much what, like, a lot of networks were doing at the time, too. Like, I guess a good example is the Powerpuff Girls 2016. That is, like, maybe the embodiment of them, of doing memes and jokes super late or just super forced. Ban has more grandkids that are named than Mok'Nathals. You're probably right. Well, let's see. Ban's grandkids. He has 5? Two of them and their fates are unknown though, because the player character who played as his daughter killed her off, and she left their fates ambiguous. The band does have two grandkids out there, but their fates are unknown. If I ever get in contact with them, of the person, and go like, hey, so whatever happened to those 2 other grandkids of bands? I don't even remember their names though, that's the problem. But the characters that I'm in control of, and I name the grandkids. One of the grandkids died in battle, and then there are 3 others. So you might be right, because I know like what Mok'Nathals are named, and excluding Warcraft 3 heroes, and we don't count those. So you have Rexxar and Leerox, and you have that 3rd person in the Orc Heritage questline. The rest are like in the village, but they're just quest NPCs. So Thomshire is actually probably not wrong that there are not a lot of named Mok'Nathal. It's actually one of my biggest gripes with Mok'Nathal in general. Like, people ask me what my favorite clan is, and they always assume it's Mok'Nathal, because, like, you know, I love Mok'Nathal so much. I love them as a race. Their clan has some really good lore and backstory, but holy shit, do they have, like, no named characters outside of, like, Rexxar and Leerox. And that's, like, I really don't like that. Like, I think that if they ever make the Mok'Nathal relevant ever, they need to do more characters besides Rexxar. Like, 100%. Leerox is the most salty dad. He didn't speak with his son for like 30 to 35 years because they had a disagreement. Yeah. Leerox is a bad father. Can we talk about that? Can we talk about how Leerox is kind of a bad dad? Like, they did such a great job at making Rexxar in the right, it's kind of funny. Like, Rexxar, like, and the thing is, Rexxar does kind of, like, recognize that the Horde is bad in a way, But like, here's the thing. Here's the fun thing, alright? So Leorox is like, the Horde is bad, they're gonna do some bad shit, you're not gonna like them someday, basically. And like, he's right on that, okay? He's right about that. But, he basically, if Rexxar hadn't done what he did, the Mok'Nathal clan would have been completely wiped out by Black Hand. Like, Rexxar did what he did to keep his clan safe. And instead of Leorox being like, oh damn, if my son hadn't done this, we would have been dead. Our whole clan would have been dead. Instead, he's like, yeah, you're banished, you're exiled, I never want to speak to you ever again. And he doesn't speak to him for like over 30 years. Until finally they're speaking again. I think the other funny bit is that Leorox is technically the only original Orc chieftain left. Every other Orc chieftain is dead. Like, Leorox is like the only OG left. It's kind of funny. It's a little bit amusing. What expansion had the best humor in your opinion? The best humor. I don't think about humor that much when it comes to WoW. What expansion got the most laughs out of me? I mean, I hate to say it. We were just talking about how much we don't like that Cataclysm had the humor, right? But I thought that shit was the funniest thing ever in 2010. Like, that's the problem. Like, as much as I'm going to, like, gripe on it now, because, you know, it's 15 years later. If you liked the same jokes 15 years later, well, for one, they better be the Rickroll, because that's the only one that's justifiable, let's be honest here. But also, that's sad. So, the whole, like, 2010 humor of Cataclysm does not hold up because it's super dated. But at the time, I thought it was the funniest thing ever. Like, Mists of Pandaria had it a little bit too, but it wasn't as bad, and like, it wasn't in your face about it, and like, I don't think it got as many laughs out of me. I think the funniest thing out of Mists of Pandaria to this day is the moment where Chen is fighting in the cinematic, and he forces the human network to work together, and like, they like are awestruck when he puts the statue hammer back in, and the human hands over the wooden spear that he helped carve to the orc to help have them better chances against fighting him. It's just the funniest thing ever the way they did that. That's probably the funniest thing that they've ever done in terms of WoW. But like, in terms of an overall expansion, yeah, I do think that the 2010 humor, as bad as it was funny to me back then. They're out in another dimension training with Madan. Ew. You heard it here first. Rexxar give Rexxar less screen time? That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying make them have more relevant Mok'Nathal characters, please.
Blood and thunder. Go with
Alright, let's go. Let's go. I'm pretty sure this was voice acted. Maybe not. I don't think it was voice acted. I'm wrong.
What do you need?
Yeah, I can get some bracers. Nice. Blood and thunder. Blah, 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 blah. I never liked that cinematic. It's way too goofy. No. No, don't hate on the Mists of Pandaria cinematic. Don't hate on that. That's a good cinematic. I'll be honest with you. That kind of work. You're breaking my heart, man. It's not that goofy. It's goofy in some aspects, but I mean, like, it's got goofiness, right? But it's got good goofiness. Like, it's intended. Like, it has its cool moments, sure, but it also has its goofy moments. Oh yeah. We don't share targets yet. When do they do that? Do they do that in WoD? I think they do that in WoD. Holy moly. I do love... I will say this is probably when... Huh? Is this quest bugged too? No, they're good. Okay. I know that in retail it's very bugged. The cinematic where Garrosh impaled Terran Zoo on Gorhal was a good Chad moment. Okay. Okay. We have very... Okay, that kind of work. Okay. Very disappointed in you, honestly. That's, really sad thinking, honestly. I'm being honest. Terran Zoo, honestly, is way cooler than Garrosh, and I think it's kind of sad to have the mindset of Garrosh is big Chad orc. He's so cool. Watch him murder stuff. Like, I like Garrosh. He's a great villain. But, like... the whole, this guy's a Chad. I'll be honest with you, that's pretty cringe. You have your opinion, I have mine. Sure, but... It's sad. That's all I'm gonna say. It's sad. I don't know. I'm the type of person to kind of nip things in the bud before they get out of hand. That's the kind of thing. So if you think Garrosh is a Chad and he's cool character and Terran Zoo is annoying Panda Man, fine, but that's not for me. That is not for me. I should probably sell some shit.
What brings you?
The old Tauren model. Oh man. I forgot how the Tauren model looked. It's not as bad as I remembered, but I don't know, some models just... The dwarf especially, man, I get why they did the dwarf and orc first. The orc made the most sense to do first, right? Like, the orcs were gonna be like the main race of Draenor, so of course you had to do them first, and you already had Garrosh to kind of work off of too. And then the dwarf, I think they just looked at like what was the roughest looking playable race at the time besides the orcs. I think they looked at the dwarves, were like, all right, these guys are first for the alliance. And then of course they did human, and then they did night elf, Tauren, troll. It's kind of, I will say it is a little sad it took them till Battle for Azeroth to get to Goblin and Worgen, but it makes sense, I guess. Those 3 teeth need to be fixed. Chad that throws a tantrum at a guy younger than him over his unresolved daddy issues from 30 years ago. Yeah. Yeah. You say that, but it's kind of funny that Draenei in the announcement trailer were clearly still inspired by the old, in the old models. Oh yeah, it is weird that they didn't do the Draenei first, I will say. I think they were kind of the mindset, they were like, do we do Burning Crusade models? Do we wait to do that? Because I think that's what they did with Cataclysm. They were like, we can wait to do Cataclysm models. Let's wait to do those, basically.
I need a target.
Okay, we need to find a sea turtle. Sea turtles, mate. I don't like Garrosh as a person. As a villain, he's kind of cool concept because he's without his own realization is a symbolism of sins of the Horde's past. Garrosh is a great villain. I have no doubts about him being a great villain. Right? He's a great villain, he's a great character. I just think that you kind of lost the plot when you think of him as a Chad, as this he's such a cool character, he can do no wrong, I love him, he's my idol. Like, that type of mindset is dangerous, because you get the Andrew Tate brain, basically. And I am going to throw caution completely out there to anyone who thinks that way, you know? Like Garrosh for being a character, like him for being a villain, like him for a lot of things. I just think that it's very important to remind yourself that he is a villain and that he is not a person you should idolize. He is a terrible person, a racist, he is not a good dude. He is not. And it's important to remember that when you like him. Because I like Garrosh. I think he's a great character. I think that he's neat. I think that he's got a really nice aura to him, obviously. You know, I like Eridicron, I like Garrosh, I like all these characters. I like Arthas even. But it's important to remember that they have a lot of issues. And you shouldn't idolize them either. Where the frick is a sea turtle? God damn. Where are my sea turtles at? God damn. Very important. I'll never not be mad that they released the Worgen woman the way they did and said, nah, this is fine, no update needed for 8 years. Poor Worgen. Oh, there's a sea turtle. Hell yeah, we found one. I feel bad about the Worgen. Worgen... Oh man, do you guys remember when the Worgen were announced? Right? The Worgen were announced, and people hated the way they looked, and I thought they looked fine, right? Like, I wasn't playing the Alliance really at the time, but I thought they looked fine. And people hated them so much that Blizzard basically was like, well, what if we redid them then? And I think that the change they did for them was kind of bad. Not gonna lie. I think that it was a downgrade, really. And then Battle for Azeroth obviously gave them a far better look. I mean, they still look bad. I think they look better. I mean, it's a desired taste, clearly, right? Like, Giblins make the weirdest noises.
You wish to speak? Maybe.
How unfortunate. How unfortunate indeed. What is your favorite Alliance race if you had to choose? A favorite Alliance race? It's either the Dwarves or the Draenei, honestly. I really like the Draenei's lore. And the aesthetics. I just like their overall relationship with the orcs is tragic, so it kind of adds to my, like, you know, like, I like the orcs, I like the Draenei, blah 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 blah. So, that's how I feel about them. Here we go. How to do my favorite quest ever. Right. I remember back in the day I had so much trouble as this as a kid, so let's see how this goes. Yeah, we've got this. This is about as... Oh, nope, I went the wrong way. Oop. My overconfidence will be on my undoing. I like how this shows you a tease to the next zone, too. Like, I remember seeing this thing, and I was like, what is that thing? then it also shows you where we're gonna go in next. It's really, honestly, it's really kind of smart. Like, it's a nice little fun mini game, but also it shows you where you're gonna be going next, and also it's like, hey, you're tending a seahorse. This is how it goes. Obviously, this isn't how, like, the movement works at all, but it could have been cool if it was. In a weird way, it kind of reminds me of how the, hot rod currently works. I believe with my whole heart that saying the Worgens still look bad displays a fundamental misunderstanding with what was wrong with them before the update. Mine is Dark Irons. If I played Alliance, I would 100% be a Dark Iron. I could see that. Oh, and yeah, the male Worgen still has a point in his nip that isn't properly weighted. Not the nip lip. It's a day ending with Y and a Worgen have weight painting issues. You guys, you should bring that up to Blizzard regarding the Worgen. Alright, we have our seahorse. Woo! Can I set favorites? Ooh, I can. Could you always set favorites? I think they just were like, hey, here's the new mount menu, have fun. Put my food there. Need health I don't need mana potions anymore. Let me get through that, get that out of there. Jeez. Not properly speak. Hell yeah, we got our seahorse mount. I honestly wish that they gave this to you sooner in Vajir, but I mean, it's pretty close to soon, so it's fine. Why are HD mounts in there? This is classic. Technically these are the classic versions of the mounts, so it's fine. Thank God, though. Thank God for these, if I'm being honest. Like, if I didn't have the option to ride on HD-looking mounts like these, I'd be very sad. Like, they want me to ride on mounts like this, and I could be riding on mounts like these. It's funny to me because I am using this as Ban's flying mount, but let's be fair here. Another Winged Dragon mount holds up. It holds up all the way till Mists. Like, it's pretty good. Okay, how do we signal her? It's been some time since you could choose favorites. I'm pretty sure you could not choose favorites in Classic. Right? Could you? I don't remember being able to do that. Forgot about this mount. I think this was the Wrath mount, if you got the Wrath's version of Collector's Edition for Classic. I think. I remember I got it in Dragonflight and I was like, oh, that's neat. And here's Polly Roger from Plunderstorm. I don't know why they made this a classic mount. It's kind of funny because it looks so out of place in Classic. Like, this does not look like a classic mount, really. I mean, it kind of does in some aspects, but also not really. I remember when Battle for Azeroth was released and the Warfront plate set was utterly broken on Worgen, the worst weight painting I'd ever seen. Oh, that's rough, buddy. Arathi Warfront armors are so unfair. Alliance has the cool as F colorization, and Horde has the boring, ugly dark red instead of PvP bright red. I'm salty forever for that. I like the dark red. I hate it. Bright red is 1,000 times more beautiful. You don't see many people using the dark red compared to the Alliance using their counterparts. I think all colorations of the armor are good. Personally, I use the dark red on Hellarok, or at least I used to. I use the, I don't use it anymore because I use the Heritage armor. But, yeah, for the longest time I used the dark red set because it was easier and it was, you know, it worked for him, but I just kind of liked the coloration a tiny bit more. I think both are good though. There we go. She's been signaled. Get in there. Come inside, Orc. I must repay your kindness. How are you talking underwater? Adara, I have a lot of questions for you. Like, it would have made more sense for her to signal under the water, like in an emote, like, she motions you to follow her inside. Instead of, come inside, Orc, I must repay your kindness.
Hello. See you around. See you later.
Also, this is the last time these kind of characters are relevant. Oh. Let me thank this person. Thank you.
Return the favor.
I have come up with alternatives trying to make a bright right transmog, and I have succeeded, thankfully. I don't know. Hey, communication. Thanks again. Woo. Like the first time I think I've communicated to somebody in WoW Classic. Yeah, I just think that all of the colorations from the Warfront gear are really good. I don't know. The Warfront gear is really stinking good, in my opinion. We need to rescue these nerds. Okay, where are... Didn't they remove one of these NPCs? Like later on? I could have sworn they did that. Need to rescue them. If I remember correctly, they're like in one of these flower thingies. I think. It's been a minute. It's been a long minute since I've done these. Holy moly. They definitely made questing easier, like with its little like quest markers or whatever. After Cataclysm. Like this was definitely a step up, but I still remember like this is still kind of rough, not gonna lie. Where the heck is this guy? I could probably target him. Hold on. Flash target back. And then do that. Ah, see? I cheesed the system. See, you wouldn't be able to see them that well. Oi. Oi, 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 oi.
Need something?
Friend, we owe you one. Hang in there, Mac. It just grabs him by a rope. Cataclysm. Like, it's supposed to be sad, but it's just like, it comes across as more funny. It's just interesting how, like, technologically wise, like, WoW has evolved since 2010. Like, it's a very different game, both narratively and, like, gameplay wise. There's a lot of aspects to WoW that I prefer from Classic. Like, the whole Alliance and Horde stuff being separate, I miss that. But, yeah, they got better with the animations. Blizzard even showed the bright red to be Warfront coloration originally, and then they changed it. I remember that. I mean, that is a shame. If I could switch the two, I would, or at least give people a way to get the bright red outside of PvP. That would have been great.
How are you? Have a good one. Safe travels. See you later. Have a good one. Safe travels. You need something? See you around.
What can I do for you? See you
Always
around.
weird when you like quest with like humans on Horde in early Cataclysm, because it's like you really don't do it that often. Like, that's one of the things I think I also appreciate about like older WoW in a way. It was like When you quested with the Alliance, it was kind of treated as like a rare thing, as like kind of like a treat, and whenever you were with the Horde, it was like all the time. Kind of got used to the Horde races a little bit. In like a good way. I think we need to kill these guys. Ugh. I keep falling off my chair. Let's see if anyone's said anything on Twitch. We have a few people on Twitch, that's interesting. I feel bad for the Twitch people. It's like, oh, a treasure map. Oh yeah, we need to sell shit. Let's sell some shit. It's a good idea. So my bags are getting full. I'm not sure how far we'll do Cata today, if I'm being honest with you. Like, we're gonna plan on playing a little bit maybe tomorrow as well. But
Can I help you?
I kind of like, Oh, you don't want that item? Okay. Goodbye, shoulder pads from Wrath. But, I don't know what next week's gonna be like, because, like, we can keep doing Cataclysm leveling, right? Could probably vendor that, you know. I mean, I actually could auction that. I can auction those. Ooh, I could probably auction this too. Why does Khono have such big ears? I don't know, why do you have such big ears?
See you later.
You should start doing some streams of Sonic games in the meantime. All the better to hear you with? Yeah, all the better to hear you with. Why do you hate my ears? Also, why is my model tilted like that? It's so weird. My model is not... I don't know why I'm looking up like this. What the heck? Can you not look up like that? Why are you looking up like that? It was not doing this before. Also, my mouth won't stop moving. Hold on. Do this. Use microphone, maybe? It does not like me using the microphone. What the heck? Okay, don't use the microphone. If I adjust my webcam... I think I made it worse. Oh well. Khono is a half-elf, the son of Orisa? I hope not. Those guys are terrifying. How... My model's all messed up. Use microphone. Calibrate. Calibrate, 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 calibrate. Bub. And I could probably reset my Discord thing or whatever. Not my Discord thing, but like, you know. I don't even know why my mouth is moving that much too. It has been doing that this whole time. Stop that. Oh my god. Okay, let me try... If we calibrate that, yum 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 yum. Okay, at least I'm no longer doing that. Am I still using the... Don't use the microphone. Okay. I feel like that's the main reason why my mouth is moving much. Hello? Okay, well the webcam is now angry at me. I'm sorry, webcam. Webcam, I'm very sorry about upsetting you. Hello? Okay. Whatever. What time is it where you live? Nighttime. First in the chat, how is everyone? Is that a seahorse? Yes, Darth Revan. Also, hello, Darth Revan. You are currently on Twitch. Welcome, Revan, from the Twitch chat. Yeah, that is a seahorse. We are currently playing Cataclysm Classic. We were playing with our model and trying to get it fixed. I think we fixed it. I wish Zelrin was a little less subtle in talking about what was wrong with our, model and how it was looking up, but you know. Good old Zelrin.
That spell isn't ready yet.
But we are currently playing, Cataclysm Classic in preparation for Mists of Pandaria Classic. Which I actually have no idea when that's even coming out, but I just figured it would be a good, it'd be a good time to do it. I was wondering if you were able to start a stream a little bit earlier sometimes. For me, it's a little bit more convenient to do it around 4. I currently kind of just have it set up all around that I always start around 4. I could ask again if people prefer 4 or 3 or something, but for me it just works out a little bit better to start things around 4 p.m. I mean, again, I could start doing earlier streams, it's just that I am currently used to doing it around 4, and that's usually how my days kind of start and end, usually. Well, I didn't even mention anything about the model, I was just asking a question. I don't know why the ears are so big. I don't really remember, asking for the ears to be big. I kind of just like, hey, here's some model examples for good old Khono, and like, I don't think the ears are that off-putting. Do you think they're really big? Do you think they're a problem? Also, I just want to kind of give you a little bit of, easing Zorin. I haven't done it in a while. I mean, if it kind of is a back and forth between us, you know? Yeah, I don't know if I'll do streams earlier, that kind of orc, but I'll consider it, maybe. It's just a lot for me to change. In like, it really just, I guess, depends, because, like, it seems people are fine with it, but at the same time, I do have a lot of people leave, usually late at night, because, you know, for them it's pretty late, because a lot of them are from the EU. Yeah, I was just wondering, because I live on the other side of the world, it's 24 minutes past 12 in the night. This is one-way attack. It could be a one-way attack. It could be a two-way attack too, though. What the heck? Did that guy teleport? That guy's rude. I understand from the EU. A lot of my audience is strangely from the EU. You know, you don't really expect it sometimes. But hey. But I could, in theory, also do 2 streams a day. I know that's not usually what I do, but in theory what I could do is I could stream early in the day, stream for like maybe like an hour or 2 or something. I don't know. I don't really like those, if I'm being honest. I never understand the 2 streams a day thing, unless you're collabing with someone. Like, I personally like streaming once a day, but streaming for a very long time. But I guess it makes sense, like, if you need to take breaks, or you have a lot of stuff going on, like, you know, if you have, like, work, or if you have plans with a friend, or something. I just play video games, or edit videos all day. That's all I really do. Why is it strange? Nothing wrong with being Europe. It's nothing wrong. I'm in America, streaming probably what is like a ridiculously late time for you guys. And most of the time, that's my audience. That's my main audience. It's just kind of funny to me. It's not that it's bad, it's just funny to me, because it's like, other Americans are like, nah, we're good. Finally, we got one of those things. I remember this thing being a bad drop rate, yeah. I think Cataclysm is also, in that same era of WoW, where they're just like, hey, let's keep the drop rates really bad. I think Mop still has it too. I don't think they get it right until like Legion. I think Legion's around the time that they're like, yeah. It's like 10:30 for me, it ain't that late. Yeah. You could do one day stream earlier and the other day normal time for you? I don't know. It's like it's just like, for me, 4 just really works for a lot of reasons. And like, I would also need to like probably update my other like shit, basically saying like, hey, on this day I do things on a different time. On this day I do things around 4. Like, it being all 4 o'clock has really worked out for me. Like, I've been doing 4 o'clock for streaming since I started streaming, and I have asked in the past, like, hey, where do you guys want me to stream at? Where do you guys want, what time do you guys want me to stream at? And 4 has always been kind of working. The one thing that's very staggering and shocking is a lot of people wanted me to stream on Twitch, but they also wanted me to stream on both Twitch and YouTube. So far right now, YouTube is doing better than Twitch. And maybe that's just because I make content more frequently on YouTube. That probably is it. On Twitch, I barely stream. That's probably the reason why, but at the same time, though, I don't think I've had a lot of people do it. Just wait for the quest where you gotta get all the pieces of the armor. What armor? That's very specific, Zoran. Are you talking about the one that we already did with the Korkron armor? Because that one was rough. Yeah, I think our plans for the day... Let's see, how long have we been streaming for already? 2 hours. Might end things around 8 today? I don't know. Depends how far we go. Cause like... What was I gonna say? Oh, another eel quest. Let's see if we can kill these guys and get a quest. Depends on how far we get in Vajir. Because if... I don't think there's a quest for killing these eels. Because quite frankly, there's like... Vajir takes a very long time to finish. And like, I'm not really in any rush to do, to wrap up the classic stuff. Because like, I gotta think about it this way. Right now, I'm currently trying to build up enough revenue or money to pay for a new PC. We're getting there. But, music is oddly distracting. But we're currently getting... Oh, I didn't mean to do that. We're currently getting the funds to get a new PC, and when we get a new PC, we'll be able to play the other games. Currently, I feel like the only games I can really play right now are WoW. Specifically WoW Classic. Like, look at this. Like, whenever I play, retail WoW, my game is lagging like hell. Like, it's like a, you know, what's it called? It just lags a lot. That's all I'm gonna say. It lags a lot, and it's harder to stream. I can currently stream Classic, so we're gonna stream Classic, but once I get my new PC, we will play the other games. That's what I was trying to say. Is the one where you scavenge the helmet and something else. Yeah, we already did that quest over, but that one was pretty rough. I get to enjoy the stream about 2 to 3 hours when you start, but I'm just one person. It's understandable to stream it when it fits majority. Yeah, I appreciate that kind of work. I know we have our disagreements on, like, Garrosh and the Chad thing and all the other stuff, but I appreciate that you're understanding in the whole, like, streaming it for one person, or, like, if it was everyone saying, hey, can you stream earlier, then I probably would consider it. Or I probably would do it, honestly. It's debate for later, for sure. I mean, I'm not a very big content creator to start with, or streamer, really. But like, if people prefer a certain time, I can consider it, maybe. It just has to be, like, unanimous, or whatever, however you say. God, I cannot talk. Oh, hey, we got that. Nice. Alright, let's get the gunpowder. I know where that is. The Horde chest key. God, we've been doing this quest for a while. Yeah, I understand. I appreciate that you understand. Again, like, I will, definitely consider, it in the future. Just right now, it is more convenient and far better for me to stream, around the same time as I've done currently. 2 to 3 hours is better than nothing after all. True. True. But yeah, I just, when I don't plan on streaming very often either. That's the other thing. Like, I'm currently in the process of maybe adding an additional day of streaming. I'm thinking either Monday or Thursday. I'm not decided on which yet. I'm leaning more towards Thursday right now, just because it's more towards the end of the week and the beginning of the week. I don't really like streaming as much. I like streaming on Tuesday, because streaming on Tuesday means new stuff to do, usually. I think that if... Okay, so when we do finish WoW Classic, by the way, like Cataclysm Classic, which I have no idea when that will be. Could easily be a month from now. It could be a few weeks from now. I have no freaking clue, because I have no idea how long it takes. Like, especially if I'm only streaming like 2 to 3 days a week. I don't know if I'll actually be able to finish this whole streaming business with Kata that quickly. I think it takes, like, I don't know, like, more than a week, usually, to get to level 85. And even then, I might continue to, like, do the quests just to get gold on Banneret for Mop. Because I know I want to get, if I can get the Expedition Yak in Classic, that'd be nice. I don't expect myself to, though, because, like, it's Classic. Yo, hello, it's... it's... I'm gonna call you Nia. Nielta? That might be the way to pronounce it. I have no idea. Hello. We are currently just doing, classic Kata leveling at the moment. Knee. Don't worry, a lot of people struggle with it. You know what? Yeah. Ni a ta. Nai alta? Ni alta. Let me try Google Translate. That helps me. I can't copy and paste that, really? Aw, man. Right. Google Translate. Give me your wisdom, please.
Nie alta.
Ni alta?
Nie alta.
Ni alta. Like ni and then al and then ta. Nice, I'm running some old raids on retail, just doing some Blackwing Descent for Power Torrent Illusion, and I'm now gonna do Molten Core. You had it right the second time. Is Google Translate being rude? Is it lying to me? But the Power Torrent Illusion. So for like weapon illusions, that's cool. Retail content. That's the other thing. Like, I don't know the next time I'm gonna stream retail anything. Not in terms of like retail being bad. I like retail. I prefer it over classic actually. I just don't know when the next patch stuff will come out or the new content will come out. Like, I think there's I believe, to my knowledge, I think that it's gonna come out sometime during Children's Week, right? Because like they have like the new Children's Week stuff. I think that's, hold on, let me use the classic calendar to help me out with that. So April, next month? Okay. So next month probably we'll get the next patch. So yeah, that's something. So for this month, for the rest of this month, I can do classic stuff and maybe some other games if I can scrunch up more funds for my PC. Again, the new PC will probably be what will help us play other games, and I have a list, and I'll probably have you guys vote for the next game we do. I mean, I never finished the Batman Arkham games. I don't want to do those. But there's other shit too. There's other stuff I can play. I'll make a long ass list. If I can make the list, I'll probably do one on Twitter, not Twitter. I'll do one on Discord, and then the top 4 that get voted on in Discord, I'll put on Twitter, and then after that, we'll go from there, probably. Yeah, I didn't have much, many going around, so getting a bunch now. Nice. Hey Khono, any idea what time walking is this week? You already have the reset? I have no idea. I think it's Warlord's Draenor, because it was Mists of Pandaria last week. I need Vol'jin's Spear Tabard from Warlord's Draenor time walking. I think it's Warlord's Draenor if it was Mop last time. Honestly, I really liked Undermined for the first time in 10 years. I got into raiding, and it's really fun. I like, raiding with my guild and doing Undermine. Undermine probably has been the best patch in a hot minute. I want to say, like, the last time I really enjoyed a patch was 8.2 with Naz'tar, and also Zara Lore. I don't know, Battle for Azeroth, for all of its problems, I had a lot more fun in it than I have with other expansions since then. Like, Battle for Azeroth is not a perfect gem by any manner, but I think it's better than what people give it, you know, all the trouble it's for. You know, I don't know what I'm saying. saying words is hard, okay? I hate how easily I get distracted by the frickin' music of Vajir and other shit. Like, I get distracted by a crab moving along. I shouldn't. I've seen this stuff all before. Like, I'll give Cataclysm this. At least it's distracting me, even though it's not by any means a new content. Honestly, BFA was pretty good if you weren't an endgame player. That's what a lot of people say, I've noticed. If it is, then I'm really happy. I need the tabard to finish my Zandalari Horde Prelate transmog. It's a nice tabard. I use that as Band's tabard for a solid minute during WoD and Legion. During Battle for Azeroth, though, I finally replaced it with the Honor-Bound tabard, so... Like, the system sucked for people that want to do, hardcore raids. I think the HC raids stands for hardcore. And Mythic Plus, but for a casual player, it was pretty good. Yeah, I was a casual player. I mean, I mainly just care about the story and the lore, and, like... I don't really care too much about, like, gameplay systems when it comes to WoW. Like, WoW's gameplay systems have never really blown me out of the water. Timing with wording. Yelta, I was that casual player. I love Battle for Azeroth. A lot of people... Battle for Azeroth is a very much a hit or miss expansion for a lot of people. But I'm also very casual. Again, like, I just care about the story, the lore, the characters, the world. Like, that's it for me. Like, I get that people did not like Azerite for its gameplay values. That's fine. I didn't like it that much either. But that's not why I play or love this game. I honestly think that if I only played WoW for its gameplay, I probably would not be playing it right now. Because WoW's gameplay I said the wrong word. Fluctuates a lot. It fluctuates. Words. Though I'm disappointed this day about N'Zoth. Yeah, that's a fair reason. I was pretty disappointed by that. I think BFA has probably one of the worst ending. Probably next to Shadowlands. I think Shadowlands might have the worst ending, but BFA probably has the second worst ending to any WoW expansion. Now we have in Season 2 Mythic Plus Motherlode and Mechagon Workshop. Those bring back lovely memories. I mean, hey, that's the thing, I don't really like the Battle for Azeroth dungeons that much. But I like the themes. The themes of Battle for Azeroth are where it's at. Like, I don't know. I don't think there's a lot you can really do wrong with Battle for Azeroth's themes of, like, Voltiris, the Naga, the Zandalari, the Horde, the Alliance. Like, it has a lot going for it. And that's also, it's kind of like its double-edged sword, though. Like, with all the great stuff BFA has in it, it has too much going on at times, which is what kind of ruins it, sadly. I need more of these. I need more of her boxes. I do wish that the glow effect was a lot better. It is in retail. For Classic. Like, the little glow effect is like little tiny glitters. Very subtle. Not even, like, that noticeable sometimes. Eyes are hurting. Yeah, this green you were talking about, Sil, you might not be wrong about it. Like, I like it, but staring at it for over an hour is not nice. It's overbearing. It's very overbearing. My favorite expansion, though, is Legion. Original, I know. Legion's a pretty decent expansion. I have my problems with it. I have videos about that. If you want to check those out, you can. I'm not gonna advertise myself too much. I promise. Yeah, I just don't like how it handled the Horde, sadly, in Legion. That is probably going to be always the reason why I don't like an expansion is, okay, how much is the Horde in it? How are they treated? What are their stories? Great. I did not like what they did with that in Legion and War Within, so that's kind of been my beef with WoW expansions, is like, if you mishandle the Horde or don't do anything with the Horde, generally speaking, I don't think I end up liking the expansion that much, which sucks. I don't want to think that. I don't want to have that mindset, but it's like, what can you do? You can't force it. You can't force yourself to like or hate something. You have to... It kind of just comes and goes. And, like, Legion has some really solid moments is the thing. Like, the stuff with Nighthold is, like, peak. Dandelion stuff is amazing in Battle for Azeroth. True. Khono will be like, yeah, gameplay sucks, but thinking and imagining about BFA is so good. Well, like, Battle for Azeroth doesn't really have, like... I don't know, like, its problems are mostly gameplay, right? So when you don't care about gameplay, and everyone's problems and beefs with Battle for Azeroth is mostly gameplay, and, like, maybe stuff with Azoth, and, like, Sylvanas... Like, yeah, I don't know, I think that the majority of people who don't care about gameplay or are very casual players, most of them probably like Battle for Azeroth. I figured. We talked about that on Twitter once. Oh, wow. See, I'm better with people's icons and names if I interact with them a bunch. To be honest, I didn't mind it in Legion because it felt more like the class order halls and the factions mattered, and as a Death Knight, I loved it and how involved the Emblem Blade got. See, that's the thing. It was supposed to be all about the... It was not supposed to be about the factions, right? It was not supposed to be about the Alliance, it was not supposed to be about the Horde, it was supposed to be about the classes rallying together. And if you had a very solid class order hall like the Death Knights, then you were eating up well. Unfortunately, mine was the Hunter. Mine was the Hunter, and the Hunter one was kind of bad. If you had a favorite Hunter character, they didn't really get to do much, especially if they were named Rexar. So being a part of the class order hall for Hunters sucked, and if you really liked the Horde, it opened up with the death of Vol'jin. And the death of Vol'jin has kind of just, as time has gone on, has only gotten worse for the story, not better. So that's what we're kind of left with. I can't find these little boxes. Oh. Like, this is a night, like, they're so tiny. I've mostly stumbled on them by accident at this point, not on purpose. Yeah, that was sad. I think that's the main reason just why Legion, like, and I also just think, like, the problem is because you were focusing on classes so much, by the end of the expansion, it was focusing on races, rather. So, in my opinion, when they started focusing on the Draenei and their beef with the Legion, that should have opened up the door for the Orcs to come back into play, simply because the Orcs have so much beef with the Burning Legion. And I know a lot of people excuse that with, well, Warlords of Draenor was, you know, the previous expansion, you should have been content or happy with the stuff they got with the Orcs. And it's like, well, no, because those were alternate Orcs. Those were not our Orcs. And their story wrapped up in its own little bottle that didn't really matter, in my opinion. Like, Warlords of Draenor, in a lot of ways, the only reason why it mattered was because of Gul'dan and Garrosh. If you remove Gul'dan and Garrosh from Warlords of Draenor and onward, they don't really matter that much. Like, yeah, you could argue that the Mag'har, you know, the Mag'har allied race made them matter, I guess. But I don't know. I don't know about that. It's like, it feels kind of forced. I like Vol'jin ever since I made my first troll character on the Echo Isles when I was 12. That's very fair, yeah. I'm glad that people at least understand why I don't like Legion. I remember when Legion first came out and I was raving about what I don't like about the expansion, people were very against me. Like, they were like, this is the best expansion ever. And, like, I agree on some aspects that Legion was really good. Like, there are some major nostalgic factors for that expansion. But I don't know. As Legion has gone on, I've hated it more, and as Battle for Azeroth has gone on more, I've liked it more. It's like the interchangeable, like, oh, this is kind of cooked longer and well. This is aged like fine wine, while Legion is aged more like cheese to me. So it's just got stinkier. Now, if we want to talk about Cataclysm, since we're playing it right now, I think Cataclysm fits into the more middle section where it's okay, but it's not great. Like, it's not horrible, but it's not good. Like, it's just alright. It's an okay expansion. It's like, it exists. I'm glad it exists. It was kind of important to bridge Mists of Pandaria and other expansions going forward, but it has a lot of problems. Probably a lot more problems than Legion does, actually, when I think about it, but, like, it's an okay expansion. And I can't find a frickin' girl's best friend thing. Also, when we started to stream, I said it earlier, but, like, I did not get a lot of sleep, so if I yawn a lot, I'm sorry. Word of advisement: don't binge watch a show when you know you want to stream tomorrow. That is on me, and I am fully taking the blame for that, but it was a good show, so it's kind of worth it. It was the penguin, by the way, if you're wondering. I really am surprised at how much I got invested and liked the show, considering it's the goddamn penguin.
I need to target something first.
Like, they got me to like the penguin, and then they got me to hate the penguin. Good for them. Order Hole, which was probably the best one in Legion, so hell yeah. I love Legion, but I agree with you on it being more like a heroic alliance story overall. Yeah. Unfortunately. I feel like Legion in class halls versus Burning Legion worked pretty good. It was the faction stuff that didn't work. I think they needed to find a better balance, because I think that they basically came to the conclusion of saying, okay, we need this to be a factionless story and a class hall story. The problem is you still had to have them be a part of the story in some way, and I feel like the Alliance got the better end of it, because at the end of the day, they still were represented. Like, you can say all the time, like, oh, this isn't about factions, it's about classes, this is about factions and not classes, like, yeah, sorry, I messed that up. This is about classes, not factions, basically. They kept repeating that point, but you still had Anduin be relevant, you still had Velen be relevant, you still had Greymane be relevant. Like, the Horde felt like such a afterthought in Legion that it made many Horde players, like me, upset. Like, that's just the end of it. Like, it's just like, hey, if you're gonna include them in the story, include us in the story. Oh, I finally found one of these, god damn. That is awful. I only need one more, but this is awful. This is an awful quest. Okay, I found one more. Alright. Look. At least we figured them all out. We found them finally. Holy shit, that took us like, I feel like half an hour to figure that out. I like Cata. It was when I started, so I have a soft spot for it. I have a soft spot for Cataclysm too. Although I started in Wrath, I still view Cataclysm very fondly, because Cata was like my first ever new WoW expansion. Like, I'm guessing this is probably how WoW Classic players feel about Burning Crusade or Wrath of Lich King, because in a lot of aspects, that was their first, like, new WoW expansion. Like, they started in Classic, or they started in Wrath, or they started in Burning Crusade. It's just, it does feel a little bit special. Legion and Battle for Azeroth have a weird dichotomy, where one has a perfect logical reason for happening, but the meat of the story is weak. And the other has a lot to love, but it bends over backwards to get there. I'm curious on which of those you're implying are which, because I don't know. 7.2 is also one of the worst WoW patches ever. Yes. Yes, it is. 7.2, I get it. People love it for the Mage Tower. I get it. People love it for Tomb of Sargeras. But man, oh man, is the story and the campaign and the world content hot garbage. I don't think I hate any other patch more than 7.2. Thank you for bringing that up, Zelrin. All of the marketing for 7.2 was the biggest patch ever, and it was a bold-faced lie. It really was. It felt like they burnt themselves out in 7.2, and they were busy working on Argus or whatever at the time. But it felt like they were really like pressed for time. Like they were like, okay, we are very exhausted. We need a filler patch real quickly here. Like real quickly. Cause like you have frickin' Kill Jaden. Kill Jaden be the main villain. And is he in your patch? Barely. He's in 2 cinematics and the raid. And he's in the raid very barely too. Like, I'm sorry, but the way that they handled Kill Jaden in Legion was really bad. Like, he's not Zoval levels of bad and handling. Like, anytime you do get him, it's good. But I feel like it really scored how much he was missing in the expansion and missing in the patch, because that's it. This is it for Kill Jaden. This is the last time you'll see him, and in my opinion, that makes it worse. Because you want to see more from him. You want him to be the big bad. And he should have been the big bad of Legion. I understand he was already the big final bad of Burning Crusade, but I don't think that's enough of a reason to get rid of him in the halfway point of the expansion. And if it is the end of him, and you do have to use him for 7.2, use the hell out of him. 7.2, when they talked about the extensions for Class Order Hall questlines, it was like nothing. It really was nothing, yeah. It was just the Legion Fall chores, and then 2 short questlines that had no connective tissue to the original Class Hall, yeah. Where it just went, now we gotta get this mount, I guess. Yeah. And, like, I liked the Hunter mount, and the new champion was fine, I guess. Hateful Mary Scorn is it for what it is. And I do not like Shadowlands. I should, you know, be very firm about that. Like, I like Legion. As much as Legion has its problems, I still like it at the end of the day. Like, I love the Legion at the start, like 7.0 and 7.1, in my opinion, are really good. And if Legion had kept up with that energy and kept up with the representation of the Alliance and the Horde and all the Class Order halls, it would have probably been up there with Wrath and Mists of Pandaria as my favorite expansions. But it's not. I have too many issues with it. And like 7.2 kind of just underlined my hatred for the expansion. Like, I hate 7.2. Like, 7.2 is probably the embodiment of why I don't like Legion. It mishandles Kill Jaden. It doesn't use him. The overall campaign and story is not there. It does not use its characters that they have to do much outside of the raid and the dungeon. The Horde are nowhere in sight. And the Alliance get to have a nice little send-off moment between Varian and Anduin. We do not get something like that with Thrall and Vol'jin ever. We really don't. We really needed that, and I understood that from the Alliance's point of view, the Horde got their aftermath story with Vol'jin in the cinematic after the Broken Shore. I get that a lot of Alliance people said that, but I think a lot of the Alliance people don't understand is that the Horde lost Vol'jin when he got to do nothing. Like, it was so forced in the way Vol'jin died, and you compare that to the way Varian dies, and Varian just looks better. Like, when you look at Legion as a whole, it's one big love piece to the Alliance, really. Velen gets his moment to shine. Gen Greymane gets to finally one-up Sylvanas. The Varian gets to die a hero. And when you look at the expansion overall, that's why the Horde player base, in my opinion, hates it. It makes Sylvanas' villain arc start. It kills off Vol'jin. It throws away Thrall. It doesn't really do anything with like the Horde characters in the class order hole. It's I don't like that expansion as time is going on. Like, as the more we're talking about it, I'm reminding myself why I don't like the expansion and why I feel the way I do, and why I like Battle for Azeroth a little bit more. And like, Battle for Azeroth has its issues too, but holy shit, 7.2 sucked, and I don't have any of that for Battle for Azeroth. Even 8.3 and its really bad ending for N'Zoth, I liked it at least, up until that point. It was just, okay, I already read that. 7.0 and 7.3 were massive patches. It's very clear that 7.2 was just filler, yeah. 7.3 was actually pretty good. I like the Argus patch. Even though I have a problem with the Horde not being there, it still was a very good story, at least. I like the stuff with the Draenei and Argus and all that stuff. It's kind of insulting that, because of 7.2, none of the Order Hall stories have an ending. They all just kind of fade out, and next we hear of them, the Order dissolved off screen or something. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you. I know that people like the class order halls, but because I got the Hunter order hall, I had a very mixed reaction to the order halls in general. Like, the Shaman order hall and the Cenarian Circle, like, order halls that were already kind of a thing, I'm kind of okay with them kind of still existing and being their own thing, and they should move on from the player being a part of them. I'll be honest with you. Another reason why I don't like Legion, artifact weapons. Yeah, artifact weapons are great gameplay-wise. They're amazing. They were fun to play with. I loved artifact weapons as an acquisition system, as getting appearances, playing with it, getting the artifact power. Like, that was fun at the time. Holy shit, do I hate it, lore-wise, though. Like, getting rid of the Doomhammer from Thrall and giving it to some nobody was such a mistake. Wasn't that Argus, or was that Tomb of Sargeras? Tomb of Sargeras was 7.2. Argus was 7.3. We should have had Horde leaders in High Mountain, just as the Alliance got their leaders in Vol-Shara. That was the original idea, Noak. And then it was scrapped, because Rathian could not be Abyssian, or Ebonhorn. That was the main reason why that got scrapped. It sucks. I think High Mountain would have been far more well received if Rathian, Bane, and Bran Bronzebeard were allowed to be in those zones. Honestly, I preferred the more low-key order halls. The Warrior one sucked. I did not like the Warrior one. Warrior one was Hunter one was Monk one was okay, but it was also kind of in some areas. It was very jokey sometimes. Whoa. I did not mean to do that. Brand 2, yeah. Real ones remember Bane and High Mountain? I remember it. I didn't do it the quest in Alpha because I don't really do Alpha testing. Alright. I need the Horde key. Is that from... It's from this guy, I think. Oh yeah. I miss these legendary weapons and the important characters using them, like Doomhammer, Gorehowl, and Ashbringer. I just think that Doomhammer should go back to Thrall and be relevant to him again. Like, have him dual wield it with his axe. I think that'd be badass, and they have his statue already doing that, so. It was cool having this secret enclave in the main city. Are you talking about the Priest Order Hall? Priest Order Hall was okay, but I hated that it shared the story with the Paladins. Yeah, I don't know, just looking back at Legion as an overall thing, like as a past thing, kind of just opened up my eyes more of like when it was current content, it was fine. Past content, though, you tend to start realizing the cracks. Really. Khono not reading chat as usual. I'm reading it. People make fun of the Rogue Order Hall, but I love that one. I didn't see that message. I'm sorry. I'm trying to read everyone's messages. It's hard. Okay. Trying. Yeah, especially since he's using the Doom plate these days. Exactly. Yeah, the Rogue Order Hall was actually pretty good. I actually liked that one. My top 3 favorites was the Legion Order Hall. In terms of story, by the way. I'm talking about story. Not characters. But story, it's the Death Knight Order Hall. Second to that, probably the Shaman Order Hall. I actually liked that, in spite of what it did with Thrall. Thrall should have gotten... I don't like what they did with Thrall and Legion. I'm gonna be honest with you. I think that they took all the complaints that people had for Kata and even Mop and Wad, and they just kind of threw it into a blender and made Legion. Like, Legion kind of just feels like the middle finger to Thrall, and I don't like that. Like, that's probably another reason why I liked Battle for Azeroth 2, was, like, it treated Thrall as, like, this triumphant return to a character that went missing. Like, god damn. People said it was stinky or whatever, but it was way better than Ravenholt. Okay, I do think I would have preferred Ravenholt. I'm not the biggest fan of the underbelly, Zoran, I will say that. Charm Order Hall especially is aesthetically beautiful. Yeah, the Maelstrom as an Order Hall was actually really cool. The Maelstrom is something I wish was in the story more. Yeah. Really, I just think that Thrall should have had a chance to shine in Legion. Ravenholt would have been boring. I mean, I guess, but I don't know. I don't really care for the underbelly either. Like, I get it. Well, they could have made Ravenholt better, though, and it could have been, like, I don't know. I mean, I get it, but, I mean, it'd be just as bad as the Hunter one? No! The Hunter Order Hall, like, as a lore and what it did with its characters was kind of bad, but I actually love the aesthetic of the snowy, little place. I'm trying to think about how to describe it, but I actually love the Hunter Order Hall as a location. I don't like what it did story-wise, the car and the hunters, but I mean, as a location and place, I like the lodge. I like the lodge. Me and my Death Knights side-eyeing literally any class complaining about their Order Hall. Did you not like Acarus, Sil? Did you, like, want Icecrown Citadel or something? Because that would have been cooler, I will say. But it does make sense that you got Acarus. It is kind of funny how... what was it? I think it was kind of funny how the Order Halls kind of worked, I guess. Like, in terms of, like, certain ones were, like, just kind of... Oh, let's just use Acarus again. Let's just use Light Hope Chapel. Let's just use, I mean, I actually kind of like the Light Hope Chapel underneath. That was a nice little line from Tyrion, like a nod to that, like, he knows what lies beneath the chapel. And I was just like, oh, that's a cool line, but what does that mean? And then Legion finally answered that. That was actually a really cool payoff moment that I will give them credit for in Legion. I like Acarus, I just don't like Acarus being used as an excuse to give Death Knights, less like it was in 2016. Fair. Fair. Acarus glow up was crazy good. There was a glow up? Pretty sure it was the exact same, wasn't it? I mean, Light's Hope was way better than Acarus, like aesthetically. Yeah, aesthetically it was better. I mean, Acarus was like what? What did they really change? I don't really remember them changing anything. I think it's the same exact thing from Wrath. Which, on some level, that's fine. On other levels, I mean, I think the problem with some of the Order Halls was literally, like, I think the Warriors and Hunters had this the worst. Like, they basically had to come up with new places for the, classes to be in. Like, Warriors, they had... God, I don't even know what Warriors would have been. I think one of the ideas was gunships. I think, like, one of the ideas was, like, you would have a divide with, like, the Horde and the Alliance. Like, you would have Horde Warriors and Alliance Warriors. And then they came up with Skyhold, and Skyhold was kind of a terrible idea, really. To be fair, monks got reheated, Order Halls too, they did. we're almost going about to level 81. I think my goal for today is finishing the forest and starting the new zone, and we'll get to the new zone and then we'll end it there. I think that's my goal for today for Cataclysm Classic. I don't know if I want to play it for very long. I'll play it for as long as I can, obviously, but like I think that I just want to get to the next zone for Vizier after we finish this stuff, which shouldn't take too long.
Good day to you.
I mean, most of the reason why this is taking so long in the first place really is just
See you later. Have a good one. See you around.
Let's see, 219. Yeah, it's the reason why this is taking so long is just because I'm
See you
yapping,
later.
Be careful.
or I can't find shit because I'm stupid.
Hey there. Safe travels.
Alright. Yeah, but Monk's was a place you couldn't go to otherwise, not literally just a place you already had and go to for rune forging. That's what I kind of liked about the Monk Order Hall, was like you could revisit it. It did suck for non-Monk Pandaran though, like you couldn't go back to your home. Like that does suck. I do hope they give like Pandaran in the Pandaran Heritage questline the chance to go back there at least one final time. Warriors should go to, I don't know, some arena, maybe the arena and the org for Horde, and like, I don't know, someplace for the Alliance. So like, the Alliances could have been the Brawlers Guild in the Deep Room Tram, and obviously the Horde would have done, you know, basically the same. Skyhold was like, I'm a troll, what do I have to do with Valazar? I really don't. The whole, like, I get the idea, but it would have worked better as a reputation than, like, an actual, like, place for warriors to go to. I get what the idea was. It was like, okay, warriors go here because Odin fancies all warriors or something. It was just kind of eh. I read that warriors were to partner up with dead warriors, play more into it being Valhalla. Yeah, they scrapped that. I think that was around the time, Noak, of when the pieces for Shadowlands were starting to form. Like, they basically were like, oh, we can take this concept of meeting dead heroes like Varian and Karen and Grom and use it for later. And when they finally got time to finally do that expansion of Shadowlands, they sat down and went, well, let's not make it pandering. Let's not do it as much. I thought that was the biggest mistake Shadowlands ever did. Shadowlands was like, no, let's not show off all these dead characters again, which I think is such a mistake. They could have gone both Brawlers Guild, yeah. Yeah. Smash or pass Titan Keepers? Fuck. Okay. Raden, smash. Odin, pass. Loken, pass. Well, no, we're gonna go with smash for Loken. He can turn into a Reichel lady. Kind of hot. Freya, smash. Thorum. Did I say Thorum yet? Well, Thorum, smash. Hodir, smash. Mineron, pass. Yeah, pass. Did I miss any of them? Oh, Tyr, smash. Did I miss any of them? Let me know if I missed any of them. I don't think I did. Okay, there you go, Thomshire. Warriors, I think, could have gotten a muddy pit in the ground in the Twilight Highlands or something. It'd be an upgrade from Skyhold, yeah. It's funny how we just kicked Odin's ass in Dragonflight, especially if you did that quest as a warrior. That's kind of like a portrayal for a warrior player. I mean, For some people, that was a brilliant, great moment. Very informative. I think was the only one we really passed there was Memoron and Odin. I'm pretty sure. I mean, that sounds pretty accurate for me. Alright, let's talk to Bud. He's a skeleton now. Or no, he's not a skeleton yet.
Hey
He's
there.
going to be one, though.
See you later.
Alright, barrel of gunpowder. I think that's from... What is it from? Barrel of gunpowder. Collect 50 pilfered cannonballs from the Gorgle's ledge from the Giblins. Okay. I don't even see the Giblins. Where are they? Where are they at? You forgot Nourishent? Nourishent's not... Arcadis. I forgot Arcadis. Nourishent's not a Titan Keeper, though. Yeah, Nourishent's not a Titan Keeper, Zelrin. Okay, so Arcadis... And the Oldham guy. No, we talked about Raden. But, Nourishent's not a Titan Keeper. He is not a Titan Keeper. But Arcadis, pass. Not pass, smash. I'm gonna go to sleep, have a good rest of the day, guys. Alright, good night, that kind of orc. Sleep well. The other old place. Yeah, that's Arcadis. Yeah. Nourishent's too much of a heavy sleeper. Goblins blew up his wall and stole his only piece of furniture. He didn't even flinch. He's also just not a Titan Keeper. He's kind of just exists. It's kind of just like, it's kind of like the Oldham Keepers that don't really do anything. And, like, only do, like, one thing. Like, Nourishent was probably just created by, Raden. To keep an eye on things. Oh, wait, here we go. We have to kill the serpents. I was wondering what the quest was to do up there. Now we know. Okay. I'm just stupid. I don't read quests. Blizzard knows that my brain got turned off sometime during, like, WoD, probably. If he's not a Titan Keeper, why is he so tall? Not everything tall is a Titan Keeper, Zelrin. Is that eel making that noise? That is a weird-ass sound effect, Blizzard. He's like going like... Sounds like an old man sleeping and having a sleeping fit. So he's a keeper. I don't know if he's a keeper. I think you should lose him pretty quickly, if I'm being honest. Flip? Oh, I don't like that. Don't click that, please. Now people are gonna, like, see me making weird-ass old man eel noises. That's great. Cool. You still forgot the Fallen Avatar, though. Is the Fallen Avatar really a Titan Keeper, though, guys? I don't think so. Oh my god. The whale sharks are back to being scary again. You guys remember, like, I don't know if you guys remember this, but, like, when Cataclysm first came out, and you would just be swimming along, or like you'd go AFK, or you'd like be alt-tabbed or something, and the whale shark just happened upon you and killed you instantly, but like he just like covers your whole screen. It was horrifying. I don't know if anyone else had that experience, but I did. I miss Aspect of the Dragon Hawk already. Yeah, we already got all the serpents. Cool. Awesome. Now we can go kill some gill goblins. Nice. Well, I'm gonna pass, though, if the Fallen Avatar is on the list, because... Absolutely not. Gets the power of a Titan, made directly by a Titan, is useless, and then dies stupidly. Fair. Fair. You know what? Fair. Aspect of the Dragon Hawktua. Oh, God. Well, we know what Zelrin's gonna be doing during midnight. You're gonna make all those Dragon Hawktua jokes. Are you excited for the... Oh man, Zoran, you're gonna be eating up in midnight. Think of all the new Night Elf... Not Night Elf, sorry. New Blood Elf assets that they'll throw at you. New Dragonhawk models, new Quel'Thalas and Silvermoon. Like, I'm happy for my elf friends. Like, some people are like... I do think the Horde should have a major role in the expansion, by the way. That is my one caveat. But, like, I'm not actually opposed to the Blood Elves getting their time in the spotlight. I don't know why people think that. Like, Blood Elves are not really my cup of tea, but, like, I think that they deserve their time in the sun. Yeah, I've been excited for a bit. Yeah, that's probably why you're more excited about it than War Within, let's be honest. Oop, I clicked something. Like, I'm excited for it. Like, there's stuff I can still do with the, Blood Elf stuff, you know? Box and band in Silvermoon or something. We'll figure something out. I don't know. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be neat. A new Hawkstrider model after 20 years. Oh lordy, no. I don't know why I said no there, but... I guess technically we did get a new Hawkstrider mount in, like, what? Cataclysm? Or was it Mop? It was one of those. Or was it Cataclysm? Hold on, I gotta look this up. I think it was either Mop, Wad... Okay, we only have the Vicious Werewolf right now. God, I love this mount. I don't have this at all yet. It's something I want to... I might try PvP. I might try PvP. Goblins still make such weird noises. God damn. It sounds like whenever Ian from Smosh made noises in Smosh. Really. If you know what Smosh, if you know what Smosh is, then that's all you really need to know, I guess. I mean, it's gonna be like 20 years since we got a patch. True. That's kind of scary, isn't it? Holy shit, you're right, though. I mean, it'll probably be like 19 years, but still, that's like almost as long as I had to wait for the founders of Durotar to reunite, so hey. I'm right there with you, Zelrin. What else did get updated Hawkstrider technically? That is true, I guess. Stapling heritage armor assets to it and scribbling on it with a navy blue paintbrush does not make an updated model. Okay. You know what, fair. During Legion launched, I cheesed PvP with Demon Hunter to get the War Hawkstrider. Fair. I really want to get the Vicious Werewolf. I have the black version of it from Legion. That is such a bizarre comparison. What's a bizarre comparison? What, the founders of Durotar being absent for 19 years? That is not an unjust comparison. I mean, I guess you said bizarre, but still. Look, it was 19 years since they last did anything from Warcraft 3. You know how crazy that is? How bad that is? I think that's pretty bad. No to Smosh. Oh. You know, that's fair. Look, it sounds like Ian from Smosh. What can I say? How many more of these do I need? I need 3 more. Okay. God, cataquesting does feel like it takes forever. You guys remember the Gill Goblin Prince? I remember, like, seeing that guy here, and I was like, whoa, this guy should be, like, a major deal in, like, the Abyssal Maw raid or something. Hooray! Oh, there's the corroded key. I was wondering what that NPC was for. Well, the more you know. I'm just, I don't know. I'm really happy that the Blood Elves are finally getting something. I mean, technically, alright. I don't know how Zelrun feels about this. I do think that the Blood Elves did get 2 patches with 5.2 Isle of Thunder, and also a little bit in 5.1, but not a lot. That's why I'm not counting 5.1. But also with 8.2's Nazjar patch. Now, did it center on them completely? No, but it centered on them a great deal, which is why I think that they should still count. But I do think it's good that Midnight is finally giving us something. Did someone say Blood Elves? Yeah, we're talking about how Blood Elves are finally getting something in Midnight. I mean, major focus, obviously. Does Banrak wield the Keyblade? Funny you mentioned that. I actually had a Pandaren mage who wielded a Keyblade because I thought it was cool. It was more hourglass themed. It was like one hourglass staff that looked like a key at the same time. But yeah, he was a very like Trunks based character, where he was like from the future, but like he traveled to the past to like fix it. I thought it was neat. How likely from 1 to 10 do you think Amani will be mishandled? Oh. Thinking like 4? 4 or 5. So my reasoning is I don't think so. One of the things I think is going to happen with the Amani. People are already like up in arms about the Amani, which they should be. I think what's going to happen with them specifically is they're not going to be represented at all. Like they're basically going to be like, all right, this is too much trouble. People are going to be mad no matter what we do. Let's just say that they were all wiped out and they're no longer there. And that's what I think could happen. Now, are they going to do that? I hope they don't. I think that representing them in a positive light is a really smart idea. And it's what they should do. Saying Nazjar had Blood Elf content is like saying Korthia had Orc content because Thrall was there. It might be less than the Orc content in Korthia, actually. I mean, at least it had nods to 5.2. Damn, that's kind of like saying, alright fellas, genocide successful. Kinda, yeah. That could actually be a 9 depending on if they do it in that way. I wasn't even thinking about that, but yeah. Hopefully hopefully it's not that though. Oh, there he is. I hope they truly do represent the Amani, because that would be like. I think one of the reasons why I'm kind of like, what's the word? I think one of the reasons why I am, so gung-ho about, like, seeing other things, like the Amani, like the Horde, in Midnight, is like, yeah, the Blood Elves should have time to shine, but, like, I also kind of want them to do other stuff. That's kind of how I feel about it. Like, I feel like there would be an oversaturation of just Blood Elf stuff. Which, yeah, some people would be happy about, but I also kind of am just like, Is this two-handed? It is. Oh, they don't have equipment sets yet? What? Yeah, they do. Oh. Barrack does not have a lot of titles. I forget about that too. That's very... It's very... That's one of the things that, like, Kata is interesting too, is where it's like I have to start all over again. And I don't know if I'd ever really like that, really.
Hello. See you around. Safe travels.
Oh, I missed a quest. What the heck?
Good day to you. Have a good one.
How are you? Have a good one. See you around.
Barak slowly losing his classic drip to the woes of a yakless world. I know. Still, you understand my plight. You understand my pain. I can't transmog on the go. I have to go all the way back to Ogremar to do it. Which, you know, like, on some level, that's probably a good thing, because I don't have nearly as much gold on ban as I do in retail. Like, I only have, like, maybe, like, 2 or 3k. How much gold do I have? Almost 3k. That's not horrible, but at the same time, like, transmog is expensive. Also, like, I'm still envious that Blizzard did this. They made these, like, racial capes per like, race or whatever, and they, like, gave us the napkin versions of them. And that's all you can get in WoW. Honestly, I should plead my case to Blizzard and be like, hey, can we get these? The full, like, long caped versions of those? Because these are really cool. And I'd like one. Please. Because, like, they're on NPCs everywhere in Wrath and Kata. And then they kind of just stopped using them after Wrath and Kata. But, like, I thought they were the coolest thing ever. And we have an updated version of them with the, gnomes. They got that. And then they also updated it for other things, too. With, like, I know they did it with dwarves. They did it with, blood elves. They did it with night elves. So I hope that they do it with more races. Really. Party started. Ba-dum. 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 I always love this shark model. Like, this is actually a really nice shark model for its time during Kata. I remember they used this shark model specifically. This guy right here. Yeah, I remember they used his model for a while. For a lot of models, really. Honestly, I think it kind of still holds up today. Like, we do have probably nicer shark models from Battle for Azeroth. But, that one, I think, holds up pretty well. I'm actually really glad we got as much, underwater mobs as we did in Vizier, because, like, it gave us a lot of, like, models for them to use later on. Oh, Skull became a skeleton man. My own pet skeleton. Oh, he back to normal. I need one more shark tooth. My brother owned a shark tooth once. I think my grandpa gave it to him, if I'm not mistaken. I know he had an alligator head too. That was also pretty neat. I remember I'd poke on the teeth a lot. that the alligator or crocodile head had. I think that, but I'm pretty sure, I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure it wasn't an adult crocodile unless its head got shrunken. I think it was an alligator though. I could be mistaken. Alligators, I probably look up an image of what an alligator and crocodile look like, and like I could tell the difference. Or I could just ask my brother if he's awake.
How are you?
Hey, dude, what is this? A crocodile head or a
See you around.
crocodile head? All right, now we need to do this again. This time, it's us on the chain. Come and eat me. Come and eat me. Come me up. I like this camera work they did. I don't know, like, I don't know, it's very unique. I don't know how they did it, but ooh, he got messed up. I love how, like, he's got, like, a damaged version of his model. Like, they clearly did that for the quest. Aw, man. I think that's so cool. Two harpoons. And he did. I just like how they had like two different models of him. Like they basically like, alright, here's the damaged shark model, and here's the non-damaged shark model. I just think that's really cool. Almost level 81, let's go!
What can I do for you? Have a good one. See you later.
I remember like level 80 felt really special to me, so like when like we moved past from level 80 to 81, I was really blown away. Like, I don't know, I'm very like being you know, somebody who played during Wrath. Moving on from Wrath to Cata felt so surreal because it was like it just was like a really different time for WoW, and like everything was changing, everything was different. Because it was like, it was a new world revamp, it was a new questing, it was a new war chief, new expansion, like it just was very very different. I just remember it being very, like, odd and peculiar at the time. Which one is it? I saw it glowing, right? I'm not going crazy. Sunken cargo. Do I need to get the sunken cargo? Oh, it's the little crates. No, I just realized even when the yak becomes available still, I still won't have enough for it. If I'm not mistaken, it's like 40k. Which, like, current day, that's not that much. Like, you could probably earn 40k pretty quickly in current WoW. Or was it 4k? It was either 4k or 40k. Hold on, I'm gonna look that up. Pretty sure it was 40k. How much is the expedition yak? No, wow. Oh. It's 120k gold. But it can be purchased for 108k gold if you have the guild perk bartering. Well, that's nice. Let me look up how much it was in MOP, though. In MOP. Okay. It looks like it's 40k in mop. So they like nuked it and how much it well, yeah, it's 120k it looks like. Goodness. With the guild per bartering removed, this will now cost you the full 120k. Okay, so it's 120k. Why did I think it was 40k? Interesting. The yak's 100k, I'm afraid. Oy. Yeah, 100k is a lot. Even, like, in today's standards, I think? Really? I think I know why I'm thinking 40k. Back during Warlords of Draenor, I, sold the, Grumpus mounts for 40k. And, with that amount of gold, I was actually able to buy the Grand Expedition yak. That's why I'm thinking 40k. How many more crates do we need? So, there's no way. That's like over 100k that I do not have. And like in retrospect, it's not really worth grinding it in Classic. Like, I want it, sure, but like, I don't need it. And like, it's kind of just a convenience thing. Like, once I hit max level, I'm probably not gonna worry about like, oh no, I have to go back to Ogre. Like, yeah, I have to go back to Orgrimmar and Transmog every now and then, but like, that's not the worst thing in the world. I've been playing since MOP and I have had gold for it since Legion. I never bought it because it's just such a dip in the coffer. I have, how much gold do I have on ban? I think I have like over 1 million gold on ban. So like for me, it's not
Good day to you.
really a big deal
Have a good
anymore. I mean, like it would definitely take a lot out of ban's current gold still, but it wouldn't really be as damaging as it would be for like a classic WoW player. I am curious to see how much people will, you know, actually be willing to spend on that. I think, Bud is over here? Yeah. For some reason, it didn't show up on the quests.
Hello. See you around.
What do I need? I think. Okay, the pewter powder. The king of the Gill Goblins. See, yeah, it wasn't a prince. It was the literal king. I was like, dang. Because it's like, I don't know, I figured this guy would be like a dungeon boss or a raid boss or something. I mean, that's a king. The king of the Gill Goblins, you know? He doesn't really, like, say anything unique, though, or look unique, though, so. Which is a shame. Isn't even that hard to kill, either. Yeah, that's a shame. I honestly really wish they delved into Gill Goblin culture more in Cataclysm and BFA, but Ban being a millionaire and is still choosing his humble shack in the swamp. I fear Shrek comparisons are only growing in number. So canonically, Bannerek is actually pretty wealthy, although he gave most of his gold to his son to help go build their new village on an island chain somewhere. I actually do plan on having him, when the player housing thing happens, he is going to be moving out. I just haven't figured out the reasons why yet. I had a few ideas. One is he kind of just does it. He's just like, all right, I've defended Sarfang's house long enough. This house is too small for me and my family and my pets, so I'm gonna move out. The other idea I had is his house gets exploded or just attacked or destroyed by an old enemy of some kind, so he has to kind of let it go. And the third is other. That's like I only have like realistically 2 ideas, really.
Hey there. Safe travels. See you around. See you later.
Ooh. Oh, no mail. Rude. I guess we could take the leather bracers.
Have a good one.
Alright. Now we do this.
How are
Hooray!
you? See you around.
I really wish they let you... I don't know why they did this in Cata. They were like, okay, let's give all armor types something except mail. I don't know who thought that was a good idea, but that's just stupid and rude. The commute to Orgrimmar is getting too tiring for these old bones. See, the funny thing is he would, he'd either take 2 ways back to Orgrimmar. One is through, Bog Paddle, which is that one goblin town in the Swamp of Sorrows, which he usually did business with a lot. The other one is in Stonard. He would get a portal back to Orgrimmar through Stonard. Now, he hates portals, so, very Geralt of him. So he usually took the boat from Bog Paddle, but like when it was an emergency, he took the portal.
Have a good one.
Alright, bye, bud. I like how his ponytail sticks out of his diving helmet. Uranex. Scrying orb used. Well, before we use that, let's vendor some stuff. We're almost level 81, so I think my plan is, like I said, we're gonna wrap up the Kelplar Forest or whatever, which is almost 8 anyways, so it's actually pretty well timed, actually, I think. We're gonna wrap up this zone. We're gonna do the rest of this zone, and then we'll end the stream. And then tomorrow we'll probably do the Shimmery Expanse zone, I think. And then lastly we'll do Abyssal Depths next week, probably. That's my plan, I think. So we'll be able to finish Vajir, I think. Well, that'll probably get us to level 83 or 84. Probably 83, I imagine. And then we'll do Hyjal and then Deep Home. And then after Deep Home, we'll do Oldham and then Twilight Highlands. Because I want to do all the stuff. Holy moly, that thing is loud. Shut up. Shut up. Oh my god, I don't like that at all. That little guy is loud. This should have been a cutscene. I don't know why this was not a cutscene. I'm just gonna Alt-Z it to make it look thematic. Oh man, I never posted that we were live on Blue Sky. God damn it. Oh well, it's too late now. Womp womp. I need to remember to do that. You wants to do Oldham? Partially? I like the Tol'vir stuff. I mean, we can skip Oldham if you guys want. I just figured it would be nice. Do all the Cata zones, you know? I mean, Oldham probably is my least favorite Cataclysm zone, in fairness. Okay, yeah, we only have like 1 quest line to do. Well, it's a pretty long quest line, but we only have 1 quest line to do, and it's over here. And it's like helping out the one Kor'kron who escaped. And we fight off the Naga, and then they're like, okay, we need to go to the Earthen Ring base that's over here that was like somehow established. I never really understood like how they like skimmed over so much. Like they were like, oh yeah, we have an Earthen Ring base that's over here. They did that a lot in Cataclysm, in fairness, I guess. Like it wasn't like a new place. I mean, it was a new place, but it was also kind of like a...
For the Horde.
I remember when these guys, when I first did this quest and these guys ran at me, I thought they were Alliance trying to kill me, and I got really scared. I do like how the one, not dark shaman, the, dwarf shaman here
What can I do for ya?
is, like, not used to working with orcs at all. I never noticed he was wearing... Okay, maybe that is mail. I thought this was cloth for a second, but I think this is actually the one of the sets from... It's either Wrath or Kata. God. Look at that dated looking model. Holy shit. God, we really needed the model updates in WoD. Oh, we needed to brief him.
Strength and honor.
Yeah, blah 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 ha ha ha.
Go with honor.
Great. Only one quest, really? All right. Wait a minute. Yeah, we use a shark to eat them. Oh, right. We control the shark outside, and then we make... Okay. See, I haven't done this in so long that... Oh, right. This is around the time that flying mounts couldn't swim yet. Yo, that's crazy. Why do you have a quest to eat people alive? I don't know, the shamans told me to do it. Vorak, no. No. No.
That spell isn't ready yet.
Quest isn't really having him eat Naga at all. There we go. Eat him, buddy. Yeah. Let's go, Sharky. Why couldn't the shark be our water mount after this quest? That would have been a nice variety, like you get a little shark mount. Oh man. They should have done that. I guess the shark is slower than the seahorse, but like, it's a freaking shark. People wouldn't like really like, you know, bring that up into the conversation. They would just be like, hey, I got a shark and he's eating people. Or I got a shark and I'm riding on him, you know? Like, that's... I don't know. Quest is also really bugged. Like, I'll go to eat a Naga, and then the Naga will be like, no thanks. I'm good. I don't want to get eaten. One last Naga, let's go. Hooray! Riding on a shark in the undersea. Seeing my shark and you and me. He's got big old lips. He wants to bite, but he doesn't know how, 'cause he's gonna die. You guys like my song? I rate it like 10 out of 10. Alright, goodbye, shark friend. I'll miss you. Yeah, we have a really strong bond, you know?
Loktar. Sub before the horde.
How are ya? Safe travels.
Hooray! Ooh, I'll get a new ranged weapon. Nice. I don't know, there is something appealing about replacing old-ass gear in Kata that is very nostalgic. I remember replacing my heroic Ice Crown Citadel gear, and that was like really sad, but also like surprisingly cathartic. This is weird. Brawl would kill you for this? No. I'm pretty sure he encourages the eating of Naga, right? I mean, all I'm doing is feeding his child, right? So realistically, he'd be pleased with me. Yeah. How come I can't destroy the weapons that are right there? Oh well. By dominating him? I mean, the shamans told me, so he should be mad with the shamans. The shamans told me to do it. And it's for the... We're trying to... You know, I'm pretty sure because it's... there's that new female Naga model I was talking about. See, I actually like these guys. I actually think that the female Naga models in Kata look way better. At least silhouette-wise. To the, Legion ones. I thought it was kind of a downgrade. I am going crazy, though. I swear they gave us a new Naga model before the Legion ones. You still have to do it for gold, and that makes it worse. No, 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 no. I'm doing it to save the world. I'm not doing it for the gold. There's a difference. They hand me the gold regardless. It's compensation, you know? Force feeding people in the homeless shelter. Honestly, they should be thanking me. Well, that's a sentence. Well, I mean, like, honestly, like, okay, so hypothetically, right? Let's talk about that. If there was a homeless person or people, and they had, like, they were dying of starvation, right? They're dying of starvation, and I come in, and I'm like, I have food for you, and they're like, no. We want to die. It's our choice. And I basically go, no, no, no. I got this great food, and it's good food. It's not like I'm forcing them to eat other human beings or anything like that. That's weird. I'm there with delicious chicken, and as long as they're not allergic to chicken, hey, we dinged, nice. It's gonna be a-okay, you know. So. The shark wasn't starving, he was living his life. I mean, he wasn't complaining, he didn't attack me afterwards, so, you know. He was living his life, and he lived a better life. I made his life better. Go to talents. I'm surprised we even have, like, oh, pet talents are a thing. No wonder why Skull is weak. Shit. I mean, these talents are gonna go away anyways. Go with that. Probably also do the Sikkim one? I don't know. We'll figure it out. Does that mean if you were a doctor, you ignore non-resurrection orders? And then be sued and likely lose your license or go to jail? Well, like, if I successfully bring them back to life and they're happy, you know, like, do they have the right to complain about that? Like, they're happy. They're happy they're alive. They're not displeased with me. It's the doctors that are displeased with me. That's on them. I'll just... You know, I'll become a new sort of doctor, like one of those, like, rogue doctors that, like, saves lives, and it'll be great. Now, I would never be a doctor to begin with, so, you know. Zoval speech bubble. What's with the Zoval speech bubbles? I am a good person. I am a hero that should be sung through the towns and through the houses. Is Lady Gaga up here? I mean, I know her name is Lady Lala, but we all know it was a nod to Lady Gaga. Let's be honest. Non-resurrection orders is a patient choice, not a doctor's. It's basically saying, if my heart stops, don't resurrect me. Well, like, I wouldn't do it if the patient doesn't want me to, but like, I mean, like, if like the family is the one saying it, and like I can clearly save their, you know, the person's life. Like, there's no winning here, clearly, Thomshire. This is like set up to lose no matter what, apparently. I really need to clear out my bags, holy shit. I always really like the music in Vajir. You ever like wonder, like, cause like these people are clearly like singing it, right? You guys think these people still do like this type of music? Or do you think like they no longer do? Like, do you think they're done? Like, you think like they're just, they did this one time in Vajir and they're like, alright, pack your bags. Or do you think they're like, yeah, I'm gonna make a career out of this, I'm gonna keep doing audio for World of Warcraft or video games? Like, I wonder where these people are now, you know? They're like, oh yeah, I did this. All this because you dominate sharks. Shaking my head. Hey, I dominate sharks to save lives against the Naga. I am a hero who should be sung and appreciated. I know for a fact we have Naga. Hold on. New Naga models, Mist of Pandaria. I'm gonna keep doing this until we find one. I know that's the Legion ones. What about the, okay, how about new Naga models, Warlords of Draenor? I am going crazy. I could have sworn they had a new model update. Like, in Cataclysm, in... Man, I don't know. See, there are some models that look very different, but I think they're just the classic models that were slightly tweaked, it looks like? Huh. Ooh, bracers. Is this the Warden? Dinjatar Warden. This is the Warden, it looks like him. He's got cool, unique shoulder pads, I like that. Hooray! Wow, it's weird that he was listed as like a completely different name though. Weird. Could you imagine if they updated them in WoD only to do it again in Legion? I don't, like, yeah, that would be weird. I'm just... My brain is going crazy because I remember them giving them a new model before Legion. And then, like, they got I don't know. That's so weird to me that it took them that long to give them an update from Classic to Legion. Like, that's wild. I swear I'm going crazy with this. Like, I remember them having new models before Legion. Wait a minute. New Naga models BFA. Hold on. I wonder if they were updated in Legion, but BFA perfected them. No, it doesn't look like that. It looks like Legion definitely made them better looking. Female Nagas had faces like the male ones. Oh boy. The internet needs to be stopped sometimes, I swear. I know that, let's see. If I go to Naga. Hi, Moxie. Naga. That's Warcraft 3. Very nice. Okay, that's the very classic Naga. Very classy. Okay, there's some pictures. Okay, that's the Naga from Classic. That's the Naga from Very Classic. It looks like they kind of tweaked them in Cataclysm, only slightly. Because I'm looking at, like, the scales, and the scales definitely look better in Cataclysm. But in Classic, they look a little worse. Hold on. Let me see if I can pull up this image, and you guys can confirm or deny my insanity. Right? So here we go. Alright. So here is a Classic Naga. This is what Naga look like in Classic, okay? Alright, and then here's another Naga, but this one's from Cataclysm. I wanna overlap them, hold on. Okay, there we go. So this one's from Cataclysm. This one's from Classic. This. See, like, the texture here looks better than the texture here. So I think we actually did get a Naga model update in Cataclysm. The problem is it looks so subtly similar to Classic that the Cataclysm one barely looks that different. What do you guys think? I think that I'm not crazy. Because this definitely looks better, doesn't it? Like, this looks way better than the Classic model. So I do think this got updated in Cataclysm. So I do think we got a model update for Naga in Cataclysm. It just was so small and minor. What do you guys think? I really need your guys' opinion. I need to know that I'm not crazy. They got a texture update, I'm fairly certain. The model looks identical in terms of polygons. I don't think so. Hold on. Maybe Narcissus can help us out. Because I swear, like... What a Naga. I know what NPC browser is, Narcissus. I've used you a million times. I see it? Yeah. Is this taking... Look, Narcissus takes longer in Classic than it does in Retail. How does that work? I guess it's because it's the first time I've ever clicked it. Okay. Naga. That's a very cursed looking female Naga. Very nice. Naga Brute looks like that. That's kind of funny. Okay. That is definitely a model update. So they did update them texture-wise, at least in Cataclysm. Okay. Let's see if we can find another Naga model. That's another Kata one. The Naga Sirens are like from Classic though, which is interesting. Okay. I think this one might be yes. Yes. So this one's from Classic. And this one's from Retail. Not Retail, Cataclysm. So there's a minor tweak. The textures are a little bit better and on this model than on this one. I cracked the code. I'm not crazy. I'm not insane. They did do a model update for Nagas in Cataclysm. It's just so minor, you can barely tell the difference. It's like they just did like a little tiny minor update to make them look a little bit better. That's wild. I'm so happy I cracked the code. I really am. I'm so happy I'm not a crazy person, because I remember they did do a Naga update in Cataclysm or before Legion, but I just alright. So I was right, it's a texture and not a model. Model seems a bit better too. The tentacles look smoother. Yeah. I don't think it's just a texture update still. I think it's just they kind of just tweaked it a little bit more. Like, it's definitely not the greatest model update in the world. Like, Legion definitely is miles ahead. But, hey. I'll take it. I'll take it not being, going insane, going crazy. Maybe it's because he's not animated? I'm going on WoW Expert, I swear. Alright, so. I mean, if you need to do it and see if it's just a texture update, go right ahead. I will still take this as a win for me. Because I still see it as a model tweak or a model update in some fashion. And it's what I needed. It's what I needed for this, because I keep seeing a model. Like, this is not the greatest, like, you can barely tell this is a model update. But I'm just happy, you know, that it's like, I remembered there being something different about the Naga models in Kata, and I remember there being at least a second model update during, during either Kata or Mists or WoD. But Legion finally was like, hey, here's a proper Naga model update. And I remember at the time, I remember Kid Me, and I don't agree with Kid Me at all. Kid Me thought it was silly that the Nagas got another update. Like, I was like, really? I don't think the Nagas needed another update. Yeah, they did. Yeah, they did. Shut up, Past Khono. Past Khono is wrong. Past Khono makes mistakes. I need more Sprout. I'm just really glad we cracked that code. 'Cause I was going insane over it. I legitimately was like, no, they had to have done a Naga model update. I know they did. Even if it is just a little bit of a tweak, again, to the textures, it's like, yes. This is a win. How many more of these do we need? Do we need one more? Alright, cool. I think we're almost done in this area. I think we have like one quest after this, and then we can wrap things up. I think the Naga give it, but the Murlocs don't. That's kind of funny. Because the Murlocs are actually the ones harvesting it. Whoa, I do not want to target the whale shark. Thank you. I'm actually curious what Syl will figure out. Alright, I can't tell because getting classic models is too annoying. Oh well. Well, we'll just take this as a win, you know? We'll just take this as a... whether it's a texture update or a model update, it doesn't matter. It's an update of some kind. And that's all I needed. I really was gonna go crazy because I was like, no, I remember them getting a model update of some kind before Legion. I just think it's funny that during Legion I was like, we don't need a Naga model update. We didn't need one of those. They look fine. And I look at this guy and I'm like, I can barely tell if this guy is from Classic or from Cataclysm. You should definitely question past me if you ever meet him. He has some very, very, off and wrong, opinions that should be studied. Thankfully, past me and present me came to an agreement at some point. From what I can see, there's two different kinds of models. The original ones and the ones that can wear armor, but I don't think the latter is actually updated in terms of polygons. But I don't remember these guys being a thing in Burning Crusade, though, Syl. Like, this model definitely looks far more higher res than the Burning Crusade ones did. Because the Burning Crusade ones wore armor, and this one clearly is not from Burning Crusade. It's like new textures and different mapping to allow playable armor textures? Maybe? But I could have sworn in Burning Crusade, they also had the ability to wear armor. And I remember them not looking that detailed or, you know, better polished. So maybe in Cataclysm, they kind of just upped the ante even further? Maybe? Let me... I wish... Is there really not a cell... Whatever. I'll just do this. It's easier.
What do you need? Strength.
I said what in my gut? I said
How
what
may I aid?
in my gut.
Winds be at your back.
You gonna do it in my gut? I'm sorry. Alright. We're almost done with the streaming for today, and then I can go transmog Van's gear and be less depressed. I can also probably visit my hunter trainer. Go from there. Fortunately, there are portals, so we can just take that back here. I don't even know anymore. Cataclysm models are such a muddy area in general in terms of quality that my eye can't figure it out. That's true. I mean, the differences are mostly just, it seems like better, it looks like they kind of like took the model and polished it up over it, but like it's still like new enough? I don't know, it's weird. Alright, now to defend this place, I think? No, that's after this quest. I remember this part. The weird part, I'm pretty sure about this, is I don't think... So, one of the things I think that happened here was I don't think we ever actually see the Twilight's Hammer in the zone. No, we do. We do, actually. I'm wrong. My bad. I think I actually, when we do get probably max level, we might do LFR, like Dragon Soul and other stuff, but we also might do, the Thrall quest line that I really like. They would never do this nowadays because of thalassophobia. They'd get the Nerubian treatment. I did say that they should totally do another underwater zone. Like... They absolutely should. Like either with Naztar or something. Like a revamped Naztar would be amazing. I remember I remember when it came to the Kata leveling sets, I had to get it and use it for my monk. Oh, this is gonna be a quick quest. I can definitely tell the minor update to the model now. Then I've had a good more of a look at the classic one. Kill him! Hooray! We did it.
How you doing, man?
Rest in peace, Earthen Ring Shaman. Grab that for you. I can't use anything here. Is this the Ooh, this is the Tonka Shaman.
Brings you here. The winds guide you.
I always really liked this guy. This guy was like a badass to me for some reason. I think it's just because he was a Tonka here, and I was like, yo. We got Tonka in the Earthen Ring? That's cool. Alright. Let's head back. Well, if I do this quest, it'll lead me to the next zone, I guess. So let me do that. Let me do that. I'll do, again, I'm not trying to like be like, oh, one more quest. Like, this one is like, really just, okay, well, it'll unlock the next portal or whatever, I think. I think like whenever I go to like the portal, it'll take me here or something. Where are the Naga? Do I need to click on anyone or I just spam this?
It's too far away. It's still recharging.
Finding Emo. Yeah, I like the, which one is this? Shimmering Expanse. The Shimmering Expanse is my, favorite one out of Ajir in total. Like, in terms of both, like, aesthetics and story, I think this is my favorite one. I don't really remember a lot from the final zone beyond just, like, the Battle Maiden stuff and, like, wait, is the Battle Maiden a part of that one? I don't remember her being a part of that one. Yeah, I think I like the Neptulon stuff, and, that's about it. I think the Neptulon stuff is, like, the only thing I remember from the final part of the zone. Who was it that saved you from having, squid on their head? I don't remember. Battle Maiden is second zone? Alright, so Battle Maiden's only second zone. Okay. Heck is the entrance. Yeah, he's up here, I think. Being a badass. Right? Where's my Tonka friend? Where is my Tonka truck? There he is. What a cool guy. Generally a very cool dude. Yeah, I just love the, like this gal right here. I like her. She is cool. I would really wish for them to bring this type of, like, NPC back. I always thought it was really cool how she had, like, Cthulhu's eyes as her eyes. I honestly thought she was, like, an old god. Like, a friendly old god. Just because she had Cthulhu's eyeballs. I don't know, that's just so unique to me. They would, like, reuse Cthulhu's eyes and give it to this thing. Like, we don't even, like, to this day, we really don't know too much about it besides it being a very ancient creature. And that it's old, and it's just been chilling here. Now, it having these weird, like, tubey things, I like to think that those were broken into by the Naga, and that it's not natural. It's more painful when you think about it that way, but, like, yeah, because, like, the rest of her body looks pretty normal. But, like, that portion of her body looks like it was ripped into as, like, a doorway. Smash or pass Nespera or Anzlekgorek? Cause, like, we know she could technically take over the mind of something to commune with us, right? So in theory, Smash. Right? Right. Okay, I'm not weird. Nesfera is the best one of those two. Like, the other one just kind of dies, right?
Loktar, farewell.
And we can just grab these quests.
Go forth to victory.
I've been mixed.
Don't be shellfish. Hee hee hoo ha 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 blah blah blah.
Right.
And this is also where the earthen ring vendor is. I can probably grab it. It does look pretty ugly though, not gonna lie. Earthen ring honored. What am I with the earthen ring? I'm only friendly with them. Great, we grab that. Alright, let's go ahead and head back, transmog, and also visit our hunter trainer. And then we'll end the stream. Fun, fun, fun. Honestly, I think I would probably... I'm not saying I'm not having fun, I'm kind of having fun. But, like, I will say, part of the reason why I think Cataclysm and Mists of Pandaria might flop for me in terms of playing them on Classic is just because you can still do them in retail. Like, the main appeal is, like, you know, doing the quests you can't do anymore. And I'm pretty sure Cataclysm, they didn't get rid of any of the quests. To my memory, at least. While, Mists of Pandaria, it's like the Rathian questline. So, that's like the only one I can think of. It's rough. It's really rough. I don't know. It's like, I wish we could, what's the word? I guess my brain is trying to tell me I wish we could re-experience things, a lot more. Because, like, I don't know. It's just kind of like, I like, being able to play these expansions again, but I'm also kind of like, I've done this so many times now, where I'm like, I think I have it too memorized, where it's burned into my brain hole. So, probably not the most ideal thing to hear, but hey. Wait, where is thy hunter trainer? There we are. Hello, sir.
Greetings.
I would like to train in the hunter. Please tell me this isn't gonna cost me a lot. Alright. That's not a lot. 1 gold. Oh, that wasn't too bad.
Go in peace.
I didn't know hunter pets, though, like the coal pet thing was, like, taken away from me? Really? But alright. I'll have to... Alright, because you had to, what was it? Before, it was, you had to go back to your stables and you could only have 5 pets at a time. I remember that. They changed that in Cata. Really? They changed that in Cata. That's kind of shocking. What's Scattershot? Scattershot... like a stun? I don't really remember ever using Scattering Shot, if I'm being honest. Ooh, Cobra Shot. I forgot about you, friend. I forgot about Cobra Shot, indeed. Alright, and then... Trap Launcher. Launch traps. I mean, I barely ever use Flare anyways, so we'll just put that over there. I think it's stupid since Abyssal Maw is scrapped that Neptulon frees himself. I think... Well, the thing got scrapped, so it's like, you either tell the story of him... Really hard way of explaining it. I think that it was the correct move at the time to have him escape on his own. Because then it would have been like, oh, well, the Naga have controls of the oceans. It could have been a story that they could have told, but, like, then you would have had to tell a story of, like, well, why did the Naga dick around so much? So, I think it's for the best that Neptulon... I think they actually retconned it entirely, if I'm not mistaken. I think they retconned it. Because, if you do the dungeon now, he doesn't even get grabbed by, the Kraken dude, Azamat. I'm pretty sure. Let me go to macros. Interact specific. I do... Cast Hunter's Mark, maybe? And then cast Or let me try.
I need a target.
Do cast. Well. See how that works. I don't know, I don't think there was gonna be any winning really. Either way. Try this. Hooray! We fixed our macro. We have to kill a frog in the process, but we killed, you know, it worked. Kinda. I am saddened by, like, how little survival actually matters in this. 3. Alright, that's a passive. I was like, I don't remember this. I don't remember this at all. Okay. Let's go transmog, and then that'll be it for the day. Because we've been streaming for almost 5 hours, and we got a decent amount done. We got 1 level in to level 81. And we made a pretty big dent, I guess, in Vajir in the first zone, so.
I foresee a mutually beneficial transaction.
Still don't have boots. Damn. Kinda hoping I had boots by now. Fail. I'm actually really sad that I don't have boots yet still. What? Oh, I did not mean to do that one. Shit. I got stabs. There's not a lot of... I don't like how Ban does not have a lot of transmogs yet. Like, that is probably one of the roughest parts about this, is like, I don't have anything. 20 gold? You sick monster. You got Raptor Strike? You know? Like the one survival ability at the time. Survival kinda got... I don't know. Feels like it get very, like, miffed over, really, when you think about it. In the older days of WoW. It kinda just exists. Like, I will say, I honestly do think that, survival, in the olden days really didn't have much of an identity to begin with. It was like, what, the trap spec? I'm pretty sure. Maybe? I don't know. It was not the melee spec we know it as today, and I think the melee spec we know it as today is far more interesting. But that's just me. Right, I am gonna log out right up here. But, I want to thank you guys for just tuning in and watching me play Kata, I guess. I definitely will say I'm a little bit more excited to play Mop. By comparison. But, you know. Oh, we never did this.
Strength. May your blades never
I want to do this. I want to end the stream with this. Legion Survival Hunter is better. Outlaw sucks though. Combat was better. I don't really remember too much about combat, if I'm being honest with you, Dylan, but I kind of like... I mean, I don't know. I do like having a little pirate holster gun, you know? Let's end the stream with Thrall talking to us, because I like it when Thrall talks to us.
Citizen of Azeroth, behold. Our world groans in agony, besieged by an adversary of unspeakable power. As her lands break and crumble, the fractures that divide her people must be mended, for neither side can overcome this threat alone. Join me. Cast aside your prejudices. Together, we must heal Azeroth's wounds, and those of her people.
Wait, who's the goblin on the Cataclysm loading screen? It's a nobody. It's just a guy from the concept art that they just threw in there. I don't know why they didn't throw Gallywix on there, even though they had the art at the time to do so. I don't know why they did that. They did the same thing with the Worgen for some reason. They just threw some random guy on there. I don't know why they did that. I always really liked that little introduction to Cataclysm, especially with Thrall. Thrall looks so good. It's funny to me how, like, in Cataclysm, Thrall was, like, the best looking orc and character at the time. So I'm pretty sure people were kind of envious of that.
What do you need? For the Horde. Go forth to victory.
I'm glad we got to do that quest. Nice little intro into what's to come. But, I mean, that's, I forgot that I was logging out over here because of the Vajir portal. I'm gonna end. That's Punchio before he got enlightened, clearly. That's definitely Punchio. Alright. Thank you guys for tuning in. Tomorrow we'll do more of Cataclysm Classic. Next week will probably be. I honestly, I assume it'll mostly be Cataclysm Classic for a while now in terms of WoW streams and streams in general. At least until I get my new computer and at least until new WoW content comes out, which I believe will be next month for the retail stuff. So yeah, we'll be doing this until next month probably. If not, and if we actually can end up streaming other games that aren't WoW Classic, well, I mean, I want to give this a try, I want to give this a test, but I want to thank you guys for tuning in on YouTube and on Twitch. This actually ended up working out just fine. We were able to multi-stream on YouTube and Twitch, so as far as I can tell at least. Let me make sure it's still doing that. Still have the Naga pictures opened up, that's funny. Oop. What was that? Twitch, how are you doing, stream? How you doing on Twitch, stream? How you doing? I think it's broken. Good thing I came over to look at this. What's going on? It's fine on YouTube, but I can't tell if it's doing... It looks pretty broken. I don't know what's going on Twitch. Hold on, let me try this. Open a new tab. Close out of this. See if it's still broken. It's still going, it looks like. It looks like at some point it stopped working. That's sad. It only let us stream for like 3 hours at most. That's weird. Huh. Alright, well, we know that YouTube works, but we'll have to look into seeing why Twitch worked up there, but hey. That's for future Khono to deal with. Alright. We at least know that we can start streaming and multi-streaming on Twitch and YouTube, so that's good. That's something. I do think YouTube is the way to go for right now, but I do like having the opportunity to stream on Twitch too. So, thank you guys for tuning in and watching. I will see you all tomorrow and next week as well, probably. Alright. Thank you guys. You hit destroy stream button, clearly. Alright, thank you guys. I will see you all tomorrow, and I will hopefully be able to do other stuff that is not just WoW, maybe? I don't know. We'll see. I am really bad at playing other games. So, till then, bye!